There it is.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Pull your post up. See if you got like volume coming through.
I got you.
Sorry.
Good. All right. All right, listening in. See how it goes. I hear the vehicles. See how it goes.
Woohoo!
All right. You're live.
We're sounding good. I think there's like a 90-second delay just in case we say anything bad. All right.
Yeah, we can just
let's
end it
Kick this bad boy off.
officially.
You gotta say fancy words. Tell people who get started.
Well, guys, welcome to Conversations from a Bench 2023. This is our 4th year doing this.
Sure.
We're going to say 4th year, and if we're wrong, we'll just be okay with being wrong. But guys, we're really excited to be sharing the day with you guys. It is 5:32, and we will be going all day long up until about 10, 10:30, 11 o'clock, really until we lose our voices or we just need to stop. So here's what's going to happen today and what we're going to invite you to do. We're going to have a number of our community members, city leaders, county leaders, some first responders, law enforcement officers, volunteers, donors, some of our residents and our staff. This is a really great opportunity for you to learn more about what Winchester Rescue Mission does, why it's important to our community, and what you as an individual or as a business owner can do to get involved and truly make an impact in not only the work that we do, but in individual lives to those whom we have the privilege of serving. I feel like it's a proper time to do introductions for anybody who may be unfamiliar with us. My name's Lauren Klaus, and I have the incredible privilege to be stepping in as interim CEO of Winchester Rescue Mission.
And I'm Brandon Thomas, the former CEO of Winchester Rescue Mission, and the now the director of leadership learning and programs at Citygate Network.
Yeah, so this is going to be a really fun day because obviously previously Brandon has been leading these things, and today Brandon and I are kind of going to be doing things a little bit together as Brandon is stepping into this new role with Citygate Network. Brandon, do you want to talk a little bit about what this means with Citygate Network, what it looks like here, how this will look moving forward a little bit?
Sure. So, as most know, I have the privilege now of taking a job with Citygate Network and be moving on to serve shelters all across the country, taking things that we've learned here in Winchester and helping other shelters all across the country. And in the interim, of course, Lauren has stepped in as the director of the rescue mission, so everything stays as it's been with me as the director. Until which point the mission finds a new director, whether that's Lauren, or they wait for the truck to go by, or whoever. And the idea will be that, again, we continue the vision that we've had of being the leading provider of homeless services in our community, and really doing all we can to tackle the root causes of homelessness. And so that's staying the same. Nothing is changing there. And my goal as the former CEO and working with Citygate is to constantly be in the wings behind the mission, making sure that the mission's well supported and able to continue to do everything that we've set out to do. Nothing has changed except for the title of or the person sitting at the top with the title. That's the only thing that's changed.
And I think it's been really cool because I've been with the rescue mission for right under 6 years. And so I've had the really cool opportunity to work with you and learn from you, as well as a handful of our staff. I think that that's a really cool element that our staff brings is we've had a good bit of individuals working with us who've been in this industry, especially with the rescue mission here. Learning about our community, learning about like the particular individuals that we serve. So I think we've definitely learned from one of the best. And so we're really excited for everything still to come.
Turnover is very high in this industry, and at the mission here, our turnover has not been very high. So I think that's one of the things that gave me confidence in stepping away, is knowing that we have a long tenured group of folks that can take the vision and continue to run as though I were still here. And so I'm very confident stepping away because of the longevity of our staff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think it's really cool because our staff is incredibly well educated and equally as passionate. And that's something that we talk about a good bit, but we have LCSWs, MSWs, so a licensed clinical social worker. We have staff who have their master's in social work. We've got another staff who's working in their master's of public health. We've got counselors on hand. We're trauma informed. We've got great partnerships with other organizations, Shenandoah University, and they come in and help us be well educated and kind of ahead of the curve, if you would, and making sure that the services that we're providing are pretty top notch. Whether that's trauma informed, mental health first aid, Narcan certified or Narcan trained, general first aid, CPR certified. So I think that's been really cool to be a part of an organization that really takes pride in training our staff well and equipping them.
So we'll talk about conversations from a bench and even how we, as the rescue mission, are here in Winchester, are helping other missions across the country. I know of a few missions now that have either done a conversations from a bench or are planning to do one this coming year. So our friends in Yakima, Washington, are planning to do one.
Yakima.
Yakima.
That's a cool city.
It's a cool name.
It's a cool name, not a cool city. I haven't been there.
I have not been there either, so we don't know if it's cool, but I'm sure. I mean, with a name like Yakima, it has to be cool, right? Like if it's not, we got a problem.
Yeah.
It's just a weird name if you're not cool. And then our friends in Fresno, California. Our friends in LA have done this. And we have friends up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, who've also done this. And so we are creating culture, so to speak, within this realm of getting the message out of what we do, how we do it. And so I'm excited to see those guys do it. In fact, I might actually be joining our friends in Fresno in January when they do it. So
no way.
Yeah.
In January.
Yeah, in January.
That's tough.
Well, you can do that in Fresno.
I mean, I have no idea geographically where Fresno is.
It's in Central California.
Okay.
It's in the desert.
Okay.
It'll still be cold, but it won't be like Winchester or Colorado cold.
Yeah. I'm still caught up with Yakima. Like you could create like a.
You wouldn't want to do that in January in Yakima.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I'm geographically challenged, so I'm not really sure exactly where that is. But you could make a cool play on words like yakin and yak. I don't know. I'm gonna give it some thought and then I'll come back to this.
Usually, when you've been up all night, you can use that as an excuse.
Yeah, and you can't.
But when we're starting at 5:30 in the morning. Yeah.
This is like
I'm checking the old Facebooks here to see if we have any questions yet. Daryl is saying howdy.
No way.
Yeah,
What's up, Daryl?
Says hello, Brandon, and hello, Lauren. So Chris Bennett's also watching. So we already have a few folks. Janie Dickens Bowman is watching. Good morning, everybody.
Hello, Janie.
Thanks for joining us this morning. Yeah. We've already got some guests who've shown up, but I think they're getting themselves ready.
They're preparing. I'm unsure as to
themselves,
what
so
they're doing.
You want to stay. This is this is the way we engage you to stay tuned for our first guest.
Yep.
They are preparing themselves to be here.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good time. Good time.
And ways that you can be involved. There's a number of ways that you can be involved. One, especially if you're local or even if you're not, like Daryl, I think that if you left now, you could probably have enough time to get here. I don't know how far hours-wise it is,
be here.
But you can be here.
8 or 9 hours.
Okay, perfect. So
Daryl is saying, is a wonderful thing y'all are doing, and thank you for everything that you did for me. Roll Tide. I was great until you said Roll Tide, Daryl. I was like, man, Daryl, we love you. And then you threw in the Roll Tide, and now I'm like, we don't want to talk to you now. Just stay in Alabama. Yeah, woo pig suey.
Oh Lord.
You know, Daryl, I would like to point out the fact that Arkansas almost came back and almost beat Alabama. Now, I recognize I'm saying almost. It actually didn't happen.
That's the key word
but
there.
it almost happened,
Yeah.
Daryl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So ways that you can be involved. One, if you're local or even if you're not and you want to make a drive to Winchester, come sit down, have a conversation with us. If you've got questions about kind of anything, homelessness, substance abuse, mental health, mental illness, policies, and how it affects the individuals we serve. If you want to talk about ways to be involved and what helping really looks like and when helping hurts, actually that's a great book that maybe at some point we can talk a little bit more about. But come sit down, have a conversation. There's a mic, a few chairs, and we're welcome to conversations.
We might even have some snacks later.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm told there might be snacks.
Yep, we've got half a cup of. Oh, I have a half a cup of coffee. We'll have more coffee here probably very soon. So that's one way that you can get involved. Come,
You could bring us coffee.
You could bring us coffee, or donuts. The man behind the cameras asked for donuts, so. So that's one way that you can get involved. Number two, you can watch us on Facebook Live, which is probably what you're doing now. And if you don't have the opportunity to come visit, in fact, I was talking to a handful of people that are going to either call in or drop some comments. That's a great way to be involved. So if you've got questions or have any comments, that's another great way to be involved. And obviously, Brandon's favorite this is also
What's my favorite?
Just asking people bluntly for
money.
Yes.
That's part of the job here.
It is.
We want you to give money. We sit on this bench for hours so you can give money to the rescue mission. Why? Because we truly believe in what we're doing here, and we want you to believe in it too. I will bluntly say we want you to donate to the mission, but I will bluntly say that after you've had time to get to know us and see what we're doing, because we believe that you're not just donating to another charity when you give to the rescue mission. We believe that you are investing in your community when you donate to this place. And so part of the reason why we do this absolutely is because we want to educate you on the investment that you're making into your community when you invest in the Winchester Rescue Mission. So stick around for the day, see what we do, how we do it, why we do it. That's the important part, the why behind what we do, which tells us how, the why is what informs the how. And so we want you to know that. So you're not just donating, you're investing in your community by giving to the rescue mission. Hey, do us a favor. Here's what I want to know. I want to know who's watching. So if you are watching, because Facebook doesn't always tell you who's watching, just drop your name in the comments here. If you have questions, if you have something you want to talk about, like Daryl got us started by saying roll tide, you never know what phrase might roll into a conversation. So let us know who's here. Let us know what questions you have. With that in mind, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to step away so we can invite our first guest up.
Yeah.
And you can introduce and get to know our first guest. So if our first guests are ready, I'm going to step to the side and let you go at it.
Cool. Sounds good. Thanks, Brandon. What's up, Matt? Come on over. We're really excited to have you.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
We have
totally doesn't matter. Yeah.
Are you over here, Dinah?
We have another visitor as well. Awesome. Well, Matt, if you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, so I'm Matt Kilmer with Icon Real Estate. This is Iconosaurus mascot, and this is our third year here doing this with you.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thanks. We're really excited to have you back. Excited to have your support with our favorite Jurassic or Triassic.
Right. Yeah.
Friend. So tell us a little bit about how you got involved with the rescue mission.
Yeah. So initially, I worked out with Brandon at CrossFit.
Oh, okay.
So that's how we met, and then he told me a little bit about what you guys were doing, and then I just got involved like 3 years ago.
Okay.
But yeah, I've definitely learned a lot about what you guys have done over the years and where you're going.
Yeah.
Is the women's shelter, is that still in the works, or it's up and running?
So we still have our women's shelter where it was previously about a mile or so south of us here. We've actually moved our women's program here to our main facility, actually right behind us here on Cameron Street. And so we still have capacity for about 10 women. We're just all under one roof. So we have about capacity for more or less 10 women and then about 35 men, and we're just all under one roof. What was previously our women's shelter is actually on the market right now as we prepare to get Valley Avenue, which is our newest facility, up and running. And so that's still in the works.
Okay. Yep. And congrats on your new role, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
It
exciting.
is. Yeah, it's very exciting. It's very bittersweet. Brandon has been a good friend. Initially, he was my pastor. I started attending their church that he and Casey started, and then I got to know him as my pastor and as a friend, and then stepped into this role about 6 years ago or so. So it's definitely bittersweet, but he and his family are very, very capable, and I'm really excited for everything that's to come. And this is a great team, really. Like I think I come into work really excited to work with the people that I get to work with, both the staff and the residents and the guests that we get to see. So
you guys are definitely doing awesome stuff here. We did the video, I think, a year ago, and I got to work in the kitchen a little bit and see what you guys do.
Yeah.
But yeah, the outpouring support from the community with like the food every day.
Yeah.
What is it, Panera Bread or Sheets?
Yeah. So we actually partner with Blue Ridge Area Food Bank, which is a larger part of Feeding America, and the food bank, our local food bank, kind of acts as a liaison, and so they partner us with different grocery stores and food providers like Sheets, Olive Garden, Longhorn Steakhouse. And so we're able to collect a lot of those excess food donations that would otherwise essentially go to waste. We're able to collect that and then either redistribute it for one of our community meals or redistribute it into our food pantry, which is what we call Cameron Market. And so, so that's a great way to be involved, is by serving in our kitchen. So definitely come back and hang out with us in our kitchen. That'd be great.
Yeah, definitely. So it's all volunteer every day, or is it like paid staff that does it?
So we do have a kitchen manager on staff, and he helps to plan the meals. So he's the guy that's pulling all the food for our meals. So on average, we serve between 200 and 220 people meals every single day.
Oh, wow.
So we've got a kitchen manager on staff who helps plan those. And then we also rely on about 20 to 30 volunteers every day to make everything around here happen. And so our volunteers are actually the ones who are preparing and then serving the meal. Okay. So it's a whole operation to make sure that everything gets done, and we rely so heavily on volunteers to make that happen.
So last time I got to meet, I guess you call it the Marty of the doctor machine, like the Marty they have in Martin's. I think that's what Brandon was saying.
Yes.
But you have for the so how's that going with the patients? Or
it's really good. So that came through with a partnership with Valley Health. And so what's really cool about that machine is a lot of times the demographic that we serve does not regularly see a primary care physician. And so when you look at like the social determinants of somebody's health, access to healthcare is a huge barrier. And so when you can bring in something like that, which is for those of you guys who are watching who might not know what we're referring to, it's essentially a camera setup that will not live stream, but essentially live stream a patient to a healthcare provider. And so that was made possible through a grant through Valley Health. And that has been going incredibly well. And so we're looking still to expand what kinds of providers we can partner with with that. And so that's been going great. It's a great benefit to our programs.
Awesome. Well, I think we got lucky on the weather here because it's really not that cold.
Yeah, it's really not. I was checking the weather last night and I was expecting like 38 degrees, so I have entirely too many layers on right now. Yeah. I mean, I brought a blanket and a heating pad and everything, and like it's sitting in my office right now, and I don't need it. But yeah, we definitely lucked out in weather. I'm glad that we do this. We honestly, I don't think we've ever had like too tough of weather. It's been chilly. Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't the one actually sitting on the bench for probably 24 hours then. So I'm like, it was great.
I think this is a little bit easier waking up in the morning than starting and going all night long.
Yeah.
especially 24 hours. That's a long time.
Yeah, that was. I would say that was tough, but I wasn't personally here for the full 24 hours, so I'll refer Brandon on his expertise on the matter.
Yeah, there you go.
For that, but yeah, there were some nights where it went pretty late, pretty long.
Right.
But it's always been fun. It's one of my favorite, I think, community events because you get a handful of people walking traffic. You get people who are walking by and they have no idea what we do, and they'll just sit down and have a conversation. Right. It's a really cool opportunity. You get again people from law enforcement, other first responders. And just really cool conversations. And a handful of times, the people that we meet who are just walking by, they end up volunteering with us or donating to us later. I think that's one of the really cool things about our location, and especially like our building itself, because it's so unique, and I think people just naturally kind of ask questions about it.
Right. Yeah. So it's in a perfect spot downtown too. People are always passing you and wondering what's going on.
Yeah.
But I think right now, like, from like the real estate perspective, like it's unaffordable to buy a house, and for many people. And then when you think about somebody that's homeless, like, and they can't have a place to stay, like, I think sometimes we kind of push that away, and we need to talk about it more.
Yeah,
which is why we're here.
Yeah, 100%. I was in a meeting about 2 weeks ago with a housing coalition of our area, and they were using the term attainable housing, because if you look at housing on a spectrum, because that's what it is, you've got people who previously were able to afford a certain price limit, and now they're priced out, so that affects everybody essentially on that spectrum. And so I think attainable housing for everybody is incredibly important, because whether your salary whether your salary or whether you're part-time and making minimum wage, it's incredibly difficult for housing to again afford affordable and attainable housing. 100%. Yep.
Yeah, just for like the average, like you were saying, like the average income in Winchester. Like if you're going to buy, let's say you were able to buy a $250,000 house, now with the rates, you might be in the hundreds, and there's just nothing for sale. So
it's an incredibly difficult market, and we've seen that affect us and the people that we serve. We have more people coming to us in need of food and in need of other services, honestly, like never before. So it definitely, current housing and just the financial market right now is having a significant impact on not only people that are currently experiencing homelessness, but I feel like people who are on that line of in poverty, or as many of you guys are familiar, the ALICE population. It's asset limited, income constrained, and employed. So that that demographic is incredibly affected, and they're really feeling the pinch of this.
And a lot of people are pushing back to renting, because renting is cheaper than buying right now.
Which
is crazy.
18 months ago, that was not the case.
Not the case,
2 years ago, like that was not the case at all.
Just a weird time.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So how long have you been in a realtor? How long have you been a?
So I just hit 5 years last month.
Okay, and what made you get into it?
So I was originally a state trooper for 5 years.
Oh, really? I did not know that. Okay.
Yeah. So I was already flipping houses. I had my real estate license.
Okay.
And then first daughter was born. I hurt my back.
Okay.
So just like one thing spiraled to the next, and I'm like, I'm just going to go full force in real estate.
Yeah. That's awesome. I didn't realize that you were in law enforcement.
Yeah.
How was that? Did you so you've seen like a handful of things that affect, I feel like, the population that we work with. We've got a great partnership with our local law enforcement, and then now you work in housing, and so I feel like you've seen a good bit of how policies and local climate affect people.
So the last time we did this event, we talked about it a little bit, but basically, I remember on traffic stops, you might encounter somebody with a mental illness, and it's just like there has to be a better way or a better program to handle that, because if somebody is not mentally stable and they're not able to communicate with the police, and then things get ugly, and it's just there's got to be something like better education or that we can handle those situations.
So our local police department in Winchester City PD, we have a handful of officers who are CIT certified, and that's crisis intervention trained, and so that's when they're trained to handle and I'm assuming that state troopers can go
Yeah.
through that or have that option to be CIT trained, and they can come into a situation and try their best to de-escalate that situation. We also have our CRT team, which is our community response team, and they work with individuals who may have frequent encounters with either law enforcement or with fire EMS.
Mhm.
And they try their best to kind of look upstream a little bit and figure out what might be best for that individual, other than keeping them essentially in like this revolving door of
Right.
incarceration and the streets and whatnot. So the guy that leads that, his name is Corporal Morris, and I spoke with him yesterday, and I think that he's going to be coming by. So,
Yeah.
our law enforcement and our first responders have a huge part to play, in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you can get the officers educated,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you pull somebody over and you don't know what's going on and it's
Mhm.
escalating, and
Mhm.
it's just going to make the situation worse and worse
Mhm.
if you don't calm them down.
Yep.
It's not going to help to, ramp it up or
Mhm.
yell and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think trauma informed care, and being informed about mental illness, because I think a lot of times, people might automatically assume that somebody may be under the influence of a substance, but a lot of those symptoms can also be reflected with severe mental illness. If somebody
Right.
is experiencing mania or hallucinations, they can reflect very similarly. And so I
Right.
think when you step into a situation, having that education, making sure that you yourself are safe, because obviously that is incredibly important. But I think navigating that that aspect of it too is incredibly important
Definitely.
and helpful. Yeah.
So, do you guys get a lot of residents here that you help, like, get a job, buy a house, kind of get back on their feet?
Yeah, we do. So we have a handful of staff who are what we consider on our program staff, and they kind of act as case managers. And so what they do is when somebody first walks through our doors, we interview them. We try to figure out what what led them to the situation that they're in. And we don't ask a ton of questions on the first day, because if you look at statistically, one of the most traumatizing days that somebody could experience is when they walk into a shelter seeking services. And so that's one of the most traumatizing days that somebody can experience. So we try not to bombard them or overwhelm them with questions, because it's already traumatizing enough. Then as we get to know them and as they stay here a little bit longer, our case managers are trained to ask more questions. What led to you? What do you feel like led you to this situation? What's your previous health history? Because that's important. Again, when you talk about like social determining factors, your health is a huge component of that. Your education is a component of that. And so we really just try to get to know that person as an individual. And then one of my favorite questions that we ask is like, Matt, like if time weren't a thing, like what's your dream? Like if you could do anything, because something that we talk about a good bit is like, I think the social stigma of like, oh, these people want to be homeless, and like these people are just choosing this, and they're just lazy, and they need to figure it out and get get their stuff together, get a job, and get a house. Like it's not that tough. But I think when you go back like to middle school and you think like, when you were in middle school and they asked, what's your dream? Like when you grow up, what do you want to be? Nobody said, I want to live on the streets. Nobody said, I want to be a bum. Nobody said any of that. They want to be a doctor. They want to be an astronaut. They want to be an engineer, for weird engineer people. Like I want to be a realtor. I don't know. Like, nobody says that. There were a series of circumstances that led to that. And potentially some of it was bad luck. Some of it was genetics. If it's, substance abuse, mental illness, some of it may be poor choices. But whatever the case was, we try to look upstream, because experiencing homelessness is a blip. So we try to look upstream and say, all right, what can we help you do to get to where you want to be?
And I don't think it really matters what got you here.
Yeah.
It's how we're going to help
you
exactly to move on.
Yeah. I think we can acknowledge your past, but say, hey, there's bigger, better, brighter stuff for you ahead. And we're here just to help you kind of navigate that and equip you, not do for you, but do with you, and help provide the resources to get there. I mean, whatever it is. And so whether that is, they want a full-time job, whether that is they want to buy their own house. We've helped individuals buy house for the first time. And so, I mean, that takes credit score work. That takes like sustainable employment. That takes relationship skills. That takes hobbies, because a lot of times if in your free time you get bored or you get lonely or something like that, we've seen that not work well in people's favors. And so all of that we take all of that into consideration
Right.
when somebody is moving out. And so so we've helped people get housing. Again, attainable housing has been difficult, but we're still able to make progress forward, whether that's buying, renting, moving into a group living situation, because for some individuals they're just really not best equipped to live on their own. And so
Right, yeah.
a group living situation may be what's best for them, because they have
Yeah.
the resources and the support that they need to continue to live as successful and to thrive. So
Right. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
good. Yeah, because I mean, if you're born with a mental illness and you don't have the family support,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, things just spiral out of control really quickly.
100%.
And then maybe if you guys get somebody on medicine or therapy or treatment, then they can live on their own.
Yeah. And our guys and our gals that we get to work with, I think initially they may come in and they may see things that they might think that they don't need, or I don't want that. And I think over time, as we continue to build relationships with people and build trust and build rapport, because for so long I think a lot of the people that we work with have this kind of natural distrust of people, because
Right.
for so long they may have experienced bad relationships. And so we try to be just very consistent and say, we can't force you into anything, but these are the services that we offer, and this is the potential benefit. So
Right.
we'll still be here, we'll still hold space, and
Yeah.
we're still like for you, and we've got you.
Yeah.
So it's really cool to see how kind of everything, all of our staff comes together, how our community comes together, and really rallies behind the people that we get
Yeah.
to serve. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like you said. I mean, it's easy for the outsiders to be like, "Oh, just get a job,
Yeah.
make money, get on your own." But
Yeah.
I think what happens is it's so overwhelming, and then you just freeze and do nothing, and it gets worse and worse. And if you kind of climbed yourself into a hole, like somebody's got to help you get out.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
And I think one of my you said that and it reminded me of one of my absolutely favorite it's a YouTube. I found this video on YouTube. It talks about empathy versus sympathy. And so it's this video of, somebody's down in a hole and they're sad and life has just been really, really difficult. And it kind of paints this picture of sympathy is us standing from the top of the hole and being like, "Hey Matt, like,
Right.
how you doing? You all right down there? Like, you need a sandwich?"
Right.
And that's sympathy. It's like, "Hey man, I feel sorry for you. Do you need something? Like, I can give something to you." But then empathy turns around and I climb down in that hole with you and I sit and I'm like, "Hey Matt,
Right.
like, it's good to see you.
Get on their level.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
what's going on? How
Yeah.
you feeling?
Right.
What happened? Do you want to talk about it?"
Yeah.
No? Okay, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to be your friend and I'm just going to be consistent.
Right.
And I'm going to let you essentially trust me, and however long that takes.
Yeah.
That's empathy, and that is such a much better approach than sympathy. Like, "Hey Matt, I feel sorry for you. Like, here's a sandwich while I go on with my day." Empathy is crawling down, holding space with that person, being like, "I'm here with you." I think that's such a huge component of like the human experience is saying, I'm with you, I see you, and like I'm for you.
Yeah. Yeah, because some people might have given up. They're like, they've lost hope. Nobody can help me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they just need that extra push or hand holding.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Hopefully you get some more early morning birds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know this is the first time you guys have started in the morning, so.
Yep. We'll see. We've got a handful of people who said that they're coming like between the 7:30 and 9 o'clock hour, I think, kind of on their way to work. And then we've got a handful of people who are coming up kind of around lunchtime, and then another couple of people who are going to be coming by this afternoon. So we're really looking forward to that.
Yeah, on the way here driving, it brought me back to trooper days. I'm like, I never drive around in the dark at 5 a.m. except when I'm like going home from my midnight shift.
Yeah, man, that was tough. I set my alarm for, I think it was like 3:45 this morning, and I wasn't able to press snooze like I was most mornings. I was like, I got to get up and just got to get here.
you go back to sleep, you're in trouble.
Exactly. I not last night, but the night prior, I was very anxious about not showing up. I mean, I had dreams about being late for this,
Oh, wow.
and so last night I was just fine. I slept just fine. Woke up at 3:45. Got up, got ready, and got here, and I'm stoked for the day.
There you go. Yeah, hopefully
really
you get a big turnout, a lot of donations.
Yeah.
Cool.
I sure hope so. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, Matt, thanks so much. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely.
And Iconosaurus, is that?
Yeah,
is that
Iconosaurus.
Right? Yep, Iconosaurus. Thanks for showing up, making a presence. We appreciate it.
He doesn't say much.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. If my son were here, he's 4.5. He would be absolutely in love and maybe like wrestling dinosaur by now, like taking him down.
People love the dino. I see videos on YouTube with like other countries. People like dress up in the suit and race them.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, it's great. I love it.
Yep.
I
Cool.
love it.
Thanks for having us out.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, good luck today.
Yeah, we very much appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Oh, Iconosaurus is going to hit the top of the... There we go. Awesome. Well, guys, again, that was Move with Matt from Icon Realty, and we're incredibly excited that he came back. Brandon, you coming back up?
Sure.
That's your official invitation to...
Big shout out again to Matt and Move with Matt, 3-year sponsor of our Conversations from a Bench. And so we wouldn't be able to make this happen without his generous support and help for the rescue mission. So Matt, thanks for everything, man. Truly appreciate you. And
thank you.
Absolutely. Let's do that. All right.
Cool. So we're going to snag a quick picture.
All right, one more time, Dinah.
All right. Come on, Iconosaurus.
Feeling a little deflated.
It's extinction. Coming back.
Right, deflated, a little deflated. Not enough coffee this morning.
That's it.
Dinos need their coffee too.
Yeah.
That's right,
There you go.
There we go.
All right.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for coming.
Awesome.
Appreciate
Thanks, guys.
the support,
Thanks, Matt.
Really appreciate you, sir. Dino, have a great day. Enjoy. Hope you get more coffee. Oh, awesome. So a couple of things that I saw pop up in the comments that we can talk about. One of them is to tell people about our online auction.
Ooh, that's tough. Online auction.
Yeah, those English words are difficult at 5 a.m.
I'm just
but
proud
it's 6
that
o'clock now.
I'm just proud that the man from Arkansas can say that well. So, all right, online auction. We have a really cool relationship with some ladies from the village at Orchard Ridge, and they are am I saying this right? Plarner. And what happens is, and that means like plastic yarn, play on words, Plarner. And what happens is these ladies take old plastic, essentially grocery bags, and they are able to cut them up, repurpose them, and you can check out our online auction. There are links, I believe, in the comments, and you can make bids essentially on those items. Yep. You can also scan the QR code that's associated or that's on the screen here. And they've got some really cool items. Some of them are plastic mats, plastic rugs. There is like a handbag and maybe 2 handbags. I haven't looked at it recently, but they're really cool items. It's a great way that the ladies from the village at Orchard Ridge have supported us and have continued to support us. And so check that out, scan the QR code or visit the link in the comments, and you can check that out.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool. So they started making these mats for folks who were suffering from the effects of homelessness, to have a place to sleep. And then they got so good at it that they ended up having more mats than we had people who needed them. And so then they started making other things, and I was like, man, this is really cool stuff. And so we are auctioning them off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
So make a bid.
Yeah.
All right. You want one of these really cool
Mm-hmm.
things. So you're not only environmentally friendly,
Yes.
you are also helping those
Yeah.
in need.
Mm-hmm.
So plus, it's really awesome for these ladies. Like get together. One of my favorite things about doing the bench is the people that drive by, because they like to honk. They like to, if their car makes a special noise, they like to show
Mhm.
that special noise off. I'm sure later today we'll have some motorcycles drive by and obviously have to rev their engines.
Mhm.
You get to see people in all of their peopleness, and it's a lot of fun.
Mhm.
I really enjoy it. So if you want to come with all your peopleness and hang out with us, be here till 10:30 tonight. Actually, you'll be here till 10:30
Yeah,
tonight.
you don't.
I get to come and go as I please
Yeah.
because I am the former CEO, so I get to come and go, and that's going to happen some today because I will be doing other things.
You
but
actually
I will
have a job
also
now.
be here. I do.
Woo-hoo.
I have a real job. I actually have to work. Nope.
Also, that's a joke. This is
joke. It's a pretty easy gig, right?
It is, yeah, incredibly easy. Lots of free time. Just
nothing really to do most days.
Nothing really to do.
Most days. Debbie Ambrose, I see that you're on here. Good morning.
Good morning, Debbie.
We appreciate you and your continued support and the way your family's always made this thing happen. So great folks.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. All right.
Speaking of motorcycles, did you ride in this morning?
I did not. Maybe later today.
Yeah, because you can do that. You can just get up,
leave,
and
go get my motorcycle and come back. Yep. I can do that. You're stuck here.
You're stuck here. I have the privilege of being stuck here, as we like to say. I have the incredible honor of being stuck here.
You got the easy job of just till 10:30.
Yeah, I know. Well,
we're taking it easy on you.
I think the idea is that I'm just a little smarter in this. I'm not just not going 24 hours. I did not want to commit.
You're smarter or not as tough.
I wouldn't say that.
We'll find out both.
We'll find out. We'll see. We'll see.
Awesome. All right. So if you're watching, let us know you're here. Let us know you're checking in on what's happening. We're starting to see some people showing up, showing out. Let us know what's going on. Let us know what's happening. Let us know what questions you have.
Yeah.
What things you want to know. What you want us to talk about. Who you want to see visit. Who would you like to see stop by today? Yeah. Drop their name in the comment section here. You tag them. Say, hey, make sure you get over and talk to Lauren today at the rescue mission about the rescue mission. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's talk about some of the past bench events and some of the exciting things that have happened in past bench events.
Okay. Well, you led them. I can remember like blips of them. I can remember some cool conversations. I think I was speaking to Matt about it. I think one of my favorite things is just people walking by and out of curiosity they would sit down and have conversations.
I think one of my favorites was middle of the night. It was probably about 3 a.m. It was the really cold one that we did. Somebody had brought me. It was a somebody brought me. It was like a sleeping bag that you wore like a suit. I look like Barney because
like
it was
Michelin
purple.
Man.
It was like a Barney Michelin Man thing, right? And this dude comes rolling by on his bicycle and stops, and he was dead serious. He wanted to know if I wanted to buy weed.
No.
And I'm like, okie dokie. Nope. Probably not going to do that, Yeah. And not maybe 20, 30 minutes later, a local police officer had been watching the live stream. And this was before weed was decriminalized. And so he came by to see if I could let them know which direction the guy went. And so
description of the vehicle and license plate.
Yeah.
Wow.
You never know.
Yeah.
Another time, my friend Sean Ryder from CrossFit he came by, and I'd been up all night. We started at 2 in the afternoon, and this was at 8 the next morning. And he came by and made a donation for I don't remember how much it was, but he made a donation for every burpee that I did. So I had to do like 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, something like that, do burpees. But we got a great donation. I think it was like I think I did like $500 worth of burpees. So
I was about to say you did not do 500 burpees.
No, I did $500 worth.
Oh,
of
okay.
burpees.
Can you do the equal amount of burpees today that you did that time?
Oh, I cannot. I have, Matt was talking about CrossFit, and I was like, man, I remember those days.
That's like heartburn.
Yeah. That was prior to having all the gray hair that I have and whatnot. I'm not quite in the shape that I used to be in, so I need to work on that. Let me see if I can think of any other really cool things that happened. I remember one year, it was during COVID. It was 2020.
Mm-hmm.
We did the bench event, and Buddy was here, and so I don't think Buddy was able to come down and hang out, but he was off camera, and what a cool just memory, because all of the memories from the past bench events is popping up in my Facebook timeline. So it's kind of cool how that stuff happens. And then my friend Dave Ballinger, I remember early on he would stay through the night with me. Last year Brian was through the night the whole time. Yeah. It's I think that's one of the cool things that happens too when we've done the bench event, is the folks who stick around and are here for the duration of the deal, because we couldn't do this without all the people in support that are here. And the bench really is a highlight of all of the support that it takes to do all the work that happens at the mission. And this is just kind of a microcosm of all the behind the scenes support that happens. So again, that's some of my favorite stuff that's happened in the past in regards to bench events.
You've seen your kids. I can remember.
So
you've got 3. I feel
three
like I can't.
Kiddos,
I feel like I can't even say littles.
Right?
Because they're not. Your youngest, I can remember she was very small when these things first started.
Yeah, I think I remember Casey bringing I think Jax Marie, I was like holding her.
Yeah.
I couldn't hold her now because she's bouncing all over the place.
I think that's been cool. I think seeing
she would love it. Yeah, maybe we get her here later today and give her a mic and just let her talk for a little while.
So I think it's been cool to see so many, whether it's residents who were here maybe at the first and then they can come back and visit, or our family or our staff, some of our community members who maybe if they were in the police force or fire rescue or in government, kind of see how they've changed and grown and developed, and then they continue to come back and still ask questions. And I think that's really cool, is that our community is curious and asks great questions and are willing to learn and step in and learn from us. And I think we're able equally as much to learn from them. And so I think it's cool to see that kind of evolution of people coming in and kind of growing with us as this event itself has grown with us and changed every year.
I think the first year we did this, Senator Tim Kaine's office showed up, which was pretty cool. We also had I think that year I had over 40 cups of coffee brought to me. Which was awesome, and I was so grateful for that. But that was a lot of coffee to drink, and I felt like I had to go to the bathroom quite a few times because I felt obligated when somebody would bring me something. You
at least have to take one sip.
1 year I had some folks who stayed with me through most of the night, and they went and got Texas Longhorn Steakhouse or Longhorn Steakhouse or whatever and brought to me overnight. Like it's just kind of wild, the different things that people have brought. I've had this bench is not very comfortable, and so I've had people bring me like padded stuff to sit
Cushions.
on, like
Yep.
all sorts of stuff.
Yep.
I feel like one of the fun things that happens at when the event's over is cleaning up all the stuff that's brought,
Yeah.
and figuring out who brought what when, especially when they brought it in the middle of the night and I was exhausted.
Yeah.
To get that to folks.
Mm-hmm.
Lauren, tell us a little bit about what's been happening as far as I feel like people are probably tired of hearing this from us, but talk a little bit about how much we've seen as far as growth in people coming for services.
Yeah. So in regards to services, when you look at the rescue mission, I think a lot of times people think of us as strictly a homeless shelter. And if I'm honest, I really kind of hate that term, because if we're just a homeless shelter, then we're simply just fixing a temporary problem. And as we know, homelessness is not just a temporary problem. A lot of the individuals that we work with have experienced something more kind of chronic. And so because of that, we offer services and programs that look at that from a very kind of holistic perspective. So we have a food ministry program, and then we also have like a residential program for people who are actually experiencing homelessness. So I'll start with the food ministry program, because previously that was, well, actually even prior to that, it was like residential programs, but I'm going to start with food ministry. So in our food ministry program, I was talking to Matt earlier about our partnership with Blue Ridge Area Food Bank. They help make possible so much of what we do. And so we get food donations from different grocery stores and food providers, and we offer community meals. And then we also offer what we call, so that's Cafe on Cameron, and then we also offer Cameron Market, which is a food pantry. And so with our community meals, we serve a lunch and a dinner, zero cost, and people can come in, sit down, dine with us, and have a meal. And then our food pantry, people can come in and pick groceries. We offer that Monday through Friday, and so that is kind of a what we try to do is like it's a homeless prevention program. And so Matt and I were talking earlier about the cost of living has significantly increased, and so we try to prevent somebody from experiencing homelessness by providing essentially free groceries. And so in the month of June, for meals, we served over 6,000 meals that month. 6,000. That's more than we have ever served in rescue mission history. That was in June. In July, August, and September, we served right under that. And those 4 months were more than, again, we've ever served in our history. So we see a number of people coming to us for food, again, both meals and groceries. And we've seen, and this was interesting, a good bit of families. I mean, we'll see single moms coming in with 4, 5, 6 kids sitting down and eating dinner. Right now, we currently serve to-go meals. And so we've seen people carry out 5, 6, 8 to-go boxes back to their families, back to their house. And so we've seen a good bit of an increase of people coming to us in need of services for food.
Yeah, so I think that's a great conversation to have this morning. First of all, I want to say hey to Fran. Glad you're watching. Michelle, good morning. Thanks for watching this morning. And Pastor Mike, we appreciate you and all of your continued support. Pastor Mike is our staff chaplain, and so he spends time popping in and praying for everybody and working with our staff because of the secondary traumas that a lot of our staff experiences in this work. So I want to go back and talk about the fact that we serve 6,000 meals, how that's just continuing to grow. I think there's a few factors in that, but the thing that I think is probably most troubling, the thing that is the thing that the conversation that we as a community need to have is this. If you go back to probably like even the first bench event, you go to the motorcycle trip across the country, we were having this conversation in 2018, 2019, and we would use this phrase that was I still believe to be so true, which was this, that I don't believe homelessness is a poverty issue. All right, that a lot of people experiencing chronic homelessness, it's mental illness, it's substance use, it's all the things you've heard me say. But all right, the issue is, the thing that we're beginning to see now is layered on what was already a very troubling situation with homelessness not being a poverty issue. We're beginning to see poverty begin to creep in,
Mhm.
and looking at where things are economically, looking at all of the unrest, not only nationally but worldwide. There is no doubt that poverty is going to, if not already, it's going to be an issue. I love
That
people
one
and
scared
all
me.
their
Yeah.
peopleness. It's the best. But anyways, all that to say, if we already had an issue and now layered on top of that, poverty becomes an issue on top of it, this could be quite a cliff for a lot of communities. And it's why I think now more than ever, an investment into the rescue mission and the services that we provide is so critical, because the need for this organization in this community is more than it's ever been, and it's going to
It's
be
going to be
more in
more.
the coming days. And so I look at the rescue mission here as just as vital, just as important is having a police force, is having a fire and rescue. Like, those
As a
are services
hospital.
that are absolutely critical. But the services that are provided here with the rescue mission are absolutely critical. And so your investment in what we do here allows us to not just provide the things that people need, but take it a layer deeper and provide more holistic services. We don't just, one of the things we say here, we don't just do food, we don't just do shelter, we do much more than that. And so continue to speak about that.
Yeah, I think and you were talking about homelessness not being just a poverty issue, but a policy issue. And then you talk about, and you've spoken to this, about the doubled up population. And so doubled up, and you can, talk more about the specific statistics, but this past year, our local area, so Winchester City, Frederick County, and Clark, had the highest population in the state of people doubled up. And what that means is, like, multiple families. So not just me and my immediate family, but potentially a friend or a family member. Our area had the highest population of doubled up housing.
Yeah. So ultimately, what that means. So homelessness, the number one cause of homelessness, we talk about this pretty regularly. The number one cause of homelessness is actually broken relationships. I think most people have in their mind that when somebody ends up homeless, ultimately what happens is they lose their job, they fall on hard times, and then boom, they're on the streets, right? And so everybody gets super, anxious, and even the way that we view people who are homeless is through this lens of, we just got to help you get a job. We just help you get a job, everything gets better. The problem with that thinking is that's not how homelessness typically happens. For the typical average person who ends up homeless, it actually takes 7 years, because the number one cause of homelessness is broken relationships. Because for those of you watching, here's ultimately what would happen. Let's say you lost your job, you lost the ability to care, to provide housing for yourself. Most of us have at least one or two folks that we could call and we would crash on their couch, right? And then, over time, they would be frustrated with our presence, however that would work out. We would just get annoyed with each other. Then you would burn that relationship and you got to move to somebody else's couch. That relationship gets burned, and then eventually you end up homeless. When somebody arrives at our door, typically it's because they have burned through not only all of their financial resources, but they've burned through all their relational resources. All that to say, homelessness usually doesn't start with, I lost my job and now I'm on the street. It might start with losing your job, but it progresses through relationships. So all that to say, there was a recent study that came out that in 20 and I'm probably going to get this all wrong, but I think it was in 2016, so the year that I started at the rescue mission. In 2016, our area, Frederick County, Winchester City, and Clark County had the lowest number of doubled up homeless. So if homelessness is a pipeline, right? In 2016, we had the lowest number of doubled up homeless. Now that number is the highest in the state, and that equates to somewhere around 2,500 people are doubled up homeless. In other words, not that I believe that all of those 2,500 are going to end up homeless, but what it does mean is this: the pipeline of people who are heading towards homelessness is larger than it's ever been in our community. And if we don't do something now, knowing that that pipeline is there, we're setting ourselves up to see more homeless on the streets in our community than we've ever seen. And so, again, it's more critical now than ever before that we beef up our services, that we get the new shelter on Valley Avenue built, that we do those things, not necessarily because the need is here now, which it is, all right, but it's only going to get worse, and we can either build and prepare for it now, or we can do it, after it's already happened and we're way behind and not able to catch up. We want to be the organization that is not trying to catch up to the need, but is preparing for the need so we can accurately address the root causes, not just try hard to clean up what's happening right in front of us.
Yeah. And you talk about like broken relationships is essentially the root cause of homelessness. But there are other like leading contributing factors. You talk a good bit about mental health and and the difference between mental health and mental illness. All of us deal with mental health. It's just like physical health. You eat well, you drink water, hopefully, you exercise or you participate in regular physical activity. That's the way that you take care of yourself. But there's a difference between physical health and a physical illness. It's the same thing with mental health and mental illness. Mental health is you might ride your motorcycle, you might work out, you might garden, you might read, whatever's your jam to take care of yourself mentally and emotionally and spiritually. Like that's what you do. But there's a difference between that and an actual mental illness. Bipolar schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, major depressive disorder, there's a big difference in that. And so what we've seen is that mental illness is a large contributing factor. Again, not the root cause, but that's a large contributing factor.
And the reason for that is because mental illness is left out of every system that exists. When you look at our medical system, when we look at our judicial system, when you look at honestly any system, mental illness is left out. Another study I recently read that's super telling of the mental health crisis that we have, that is again such an issue. If we don't get the mental health crisis under control with the coming economic crisis, again, we're going to see homelessness exponentially rise in every community across the country. One of the studies I recently read was that NIMH, the National Institute for Mental Health, has received more money in the last few years than ever before. Yet the research that they have done on mental illness like schizophrenia, bipolar, is lower than it's ever been. It's been 6 years since any research has been done on schizophrenia medication or bipolar medication. 6 years. They're receiving more money than ever before, yet they are doing far less research than ever before, which is so concerning, considering that this is already a crisis, and yet we're not addressing this issue with the national organizations whose whole focus is supposed to be mental illness.
So I think what we're going to see is that making a significant impact on the amount of people that are coming to us, both for shelter and in need of other services. So mental health, especially mental illness, is a big contributing factor to homelessness. Other contributing factors can be like socioeconomic status, your educational status, and so there's contributing factors to if you have a high school level education, if you've completed even 8th grade high school, things like that. But I think what is also important is that homelessness is non-discriminatory. I mean, we have had individuals who walk through our doors who have master's degrees from Ivy League schools, and so mental illness does not discriminate, homelessness does not discriminate, but I think it would not do us justice to at least acknowledge that there are contributing factors to that. And so we not only look at the person that's currently experiencing an issue, but we look upstream and we try to see what we can do to prevent that. And there's a lot of really great organizations in the area who can help focus on those areas. Like education, like financial literacy, financial management, housing, and navigating, increasing your credit scores and your ability to, get attainable housing. And so they're just it's I think it's really important to remind ourselves and educate ourselves on what leads to homelessness. It's truly not just, oh, you made a bad choice or you lost your job, figure it out. Every once in a while we might run into that. There was a tragedy, somebody's house burned down, they lost their spouse or their significant other, and they have nothing else. They're not from this area. Every once in a while we might kind of run into that situation, but there are a number of things that lead to somebody: mental illness, substance abuse, poor education, poor financial literacy, that lead to somebody essentially walking through our doors and asking for help. And so I think it's I was talking to Matt, is sitting down and having a conversation, seeing that person as a person, and being able to help them paint a brighter picture than they could ever imagine, I think, by themselves. And encouraging them in their own identity and in their own dreams, despite what has happened previously to them.
All right, I'm gonna put a plug out here, so I'm gonna have to take off in a few moments so I can give my oldest a ride to school. So here's what I need. I need somebody to swing by and chat with Lauren and keep her occupied until I get back. So putting a call out.
Yeah.
Somebody come have a seat on the bench and put Lauren on the hot seat.
Yeah. Well,
ask her all the important questions.
Yeah. We'd love that. There have been a number of people that have, walked by, honked, but on your way in, what time? It's 6:40. Yeah. On your way into work, come sit down, have a conversation while you're grabbing coffee. Don't grab coffee. Well, do grab coffee, grab an extra one, come sit down and have a conversation, whatever questions you might have. Again, I think it's really important to understand that it doesn't matter what kind of industry you're in, what you do, what questions you might have, how much or how little you actually may or may not know, or how much you think you know. I think just sitting down and having a really honest conversation, and whether we agree or disagree, I think that's kind of the beauty of this, is walking and having conversations with people from all walks of life, and kind of having an honest conversation about what you do, this community, and what we can do to work together and make this place a better place with more services, better services, and being able to help more people.
I just had somebody text me and say, I thought you were in Colorado already. Nope.
Yeah.
I'm not.
You just posted a nice picture of your view.
Yeah, I was there Insta a few weeks ago. And of course, while I was there overnight, snow had fallen on Pikes Peak. And so, of course, I grabbed a picture of it as I was heading into work. And so I posted that. Yeah. But I'm still here.
Yeah. fortunately, maybe
Yeah,
for
depends on how you look at it, right?
Depends on the day, or really the hour.
I do when I come back to the mission now and hang out. Everybody like goes, oh
Yeah. Yep. Your office is no longer Brandon Thomas, executive director. I think one of our cheeky staff sneaked in former.
Yeah, they
and
wrote
kind
former.
of sloppy handwriting.
Yep.
But we'll
It could have been a resident too.
It very yeah, exactly. It definitely
Super
very
excited.
well
Yeah.
very well could have, but we're still excited.
Well, I'm gonna have to step off and give a ride to school, and then I will be back here in a little while. So be thinking up all your questions for me, or better yet, all of your hard questions for Lauren. And then
Lord.
I'll take all the softball questions when I come back. How about that?
Yeah, love it. Absolutely love it. Brandon, thanks for showing up. We appreciate it and helping out. It's really not as cold as I was. Okay, thanks. It's really not as cold as I was expecting. I think when I was looking at the weather yesterday, I saw like 38, 40, 42 degrees. And so I'm sitting here thinking, oh, it's not that cold. Well, my hands are cold, and I pulled out my phone to try to type a message. And I'm a quick texter. I'm a millennial. And so I'm like pretty quick texting, but my hands are honestly rather chilly. So one of our board members, Keith, is actually gonna swing by here in a little bit. And so Keith, if you're watching, and I'll very slowly text you back here, he's gonna swing by McDonald's and then swing by here. So McDonald's would be great, food would be great, and coffee would be even greater, because one of our staff has done our staff, at least our early morning staff here, a huge favor and made coffee, but mine is just barely there, and it is rather cold. So yeah, Keith, coffee would be great. Coffee would be great. Oh boy, I've never texted this slow. My hands are rather chilly. Coffee and breakfast. Yeah. Whoop. Cool. I'm gonna pull up our live stream here and see if anybody has any questions. That's definitely an echo. Let me turn that down, get it muted, and just check to see who's on. So if you are watching, again, I can't see everybody that is watching. I can see that there are 9 people watching, which is really exciting. But if you are watching, let me know if you are. I see Daryl still watching. Daryl, again, it's so good. So good to know you. And I really do hope that you are doing well down there in Alabama. I see Debbie still watching. And there are 8 others. So if you're watching, let me know. And again, I think this is such a cool event, because not only do we get to have really cool conversations with city leaders and other people from our community, our volunteers, our staff, our residents, but obviously it is a fundraiser, and we cannot do what we do without your support. And so your contributions make a direct impact in individuals' lives, whether they come to us in need of food, in need of shelter, in need of just some support, and in friendship and in relationship. Brandon and I were talking about the importance of building relationships with the men and the women and the individuals that we get to work with. And so we are an organization where we not only provide services, but we provide opportunities to build relationships and to see people with dignity and honor individuals. So by you supporting Winchester Rescue Mission financially, you make that possible. Other great ways to be involved. Good morning, Tina. It's great to hear from you. Tina is the director over at Froggy's Closet. So it's great to have you on with us, Tina. And another great way to get involved and to support the rescue mission is to volunteer. Prior to me stepping into this role as interim CEO, I was our director of community engagement. So I loved that aspect, or I loved that. Yeah, that aspect of that job, because I really got to work hands on with our community and getting them involved and educating them on the rescue mission. And one of a huge component of that was our volunteers. And so right now, one of our newest staff members, his name is Sam Rogers. He stepped in to kind of take over that role. And he's going to be here talking in a little while. So you get to hear from him about more specific ways that you can get involved. But I mentioned earlier that we rely on about 20 to 30 volunteers every single day to make everything that happens here at the rescue mission happen. And so we've got volunteers who show up here sometimes at 8:30 in the morning, and they go out on our food run. And so they're going out to different grocery stores, food providers, restaurants, picking up food, bringing it back to us. So if you love driving and you love food, or really if you just love hanging out with cool people, because I think that we're a really cool staff, really cool organization. We've got some great residents who help make everything happen. Come hang out with us and volunteer in our food ministry. We also offer Cameron Market, which is our food pantry, so you can help volunteer there. We rely on volunteers to help prep and serve meals. And so we serve a lunch and a dinner every single day, every day of the week, every week of the year. And we rely on usually between 6 and 8 volunteers for every single meal. And so for every meal, we're serving ballpark about 100 people a meal. Don't let that intimidate you. I know some of you guys who are like scared beyond belief when you have to make, Thanksgiving for your family of 8 or family of 10. Don't be intimidated. We've got a great kitchen manager on staff, Will, and he's actually one of our newest staff members, but he helps plan those meals. So if you love cooking, whether you think you're great at it or not, and if you think you're great at it and other people say that you're not great at it, it's fine. We love having yeah, my 4.5-year-old a few nights ago was helping me make dinner, and we were making spaghetti. And then he's so cheeky. In fact, I think he's going to be by here in a little bit on his way to school. He looked at me at the dinner table and he was like, "Hey, Mama, what did you go to school for?" And I thought it was going to be a really sweet conversation that, like, "I'm really proud of you," or like, "That's what I want to do when I grow up." And I told him, I went to Shenandoah University. In fact, I'm wearing one of their sweatshirts, and I think that we're going to have a few of their few representatives from SU come by. And I was like, I studied exercise science and Spanish and public health. And he turned and he looked at me and he's like, "You should have gone to school to be a chef, or at least taking cooking lessons." And so all that to say, whether you think you're good at cooking or not, by all means, please come by. It's really one of the best experiences. It's a great way for you to get your business involved, and your business involved in supporting the rescue mission. I see indulgence by Rachel that you're watching, and that you emailed us through the website. Heck yeah, we'd love to have you come in and cook a meal with us in December. And the holidays are truly, it's probably one of our busiest times of year. Actually, 100%, it's our busiest time of year. It starts ramping up kind of around now. And then all the way through December and through the very beginning of the new year. See, Abby is also watching with us. But yeah, Rachel, 100%, please. We'd love to have you involved. Our community engagement manager, Sam, like I said, he's going to be here in a little while, but he'll definitely be able to reach out to you and give you more information on specific dates, kind of what that looks like, what we ask of you, and kind of what you can expect from us for that. So yeah, by all means, we'd love to have you come in and hang out with us and cook a meal. I'm assuming that you know what you're doing. It says that you have your LLC. So props to you for owning your own business. That's great. And it also says personal chef. So maybe you could do honestly a better job of making spaghetti dinner for my 4.5-year-old than I could. So our meals are a great way to volunteer and give your time. And again, that's a great way for you to support the rescue mission. Other volunteer opportunities that we have are in our programs and also in our hospitality. So I was mentioning earlier that we have capacity for about 10 women, about 35 guys, and our program staff, our case managers on staff, ask a handful of questions, and we do our best to be well educated, and a lot of that is paperwork and the formalities of things. And so we rely on volunteers to kind of help us keep track of some of that information. Our hospitality volunteers staff our welcome desk, and so if you like people and if you're good with talking to people and offering hope to people, that's one of the really cool opportunities that our volunteers here have, is to staff our welcome desk. And so our welcome desk volunteers help answer phones. They greet our residents, greet guests, volunteers, and donors, and they kind of help. They are like the first point of contact for the rescue mission. And so when we talk about honoring people and offering dignity, our welcome desk volunteers are probably one of the most important initial aspects of that, because that is their first contact. That's their first point of contact with the rescue mission, and so that first impression is huge. So that's another great way to be involved with the rescue mission. I'm scrolling back through the comments. Debbie Ambrose, thanks so much for your support. We really love you. We really love your family and the incredible foundation and legacy that your family laid, and the ways that you all continue to be involved and supporting, whether that's through the Ladies Auxiliary or when you and your family come in to prepare and serve a dinner on, I think it's the second Thursday of every month. The way that you just continue to faithfully serve the Lord and the people that we get the privilege of working with. So guys, thank you, Debbie, so much for that. I see Leanne is watching. So Leanne, thanks for hopping on and supporting us. Leanne, if you've got any questions, feel free to drop a comment. Anna, thanks so much for joining us. I see that we're up to 12 people on the live stream before 7 o'clock. So well done, guys. Polka Dot Pot is also watching. Thanks for joining us. We're really excited to have you guys on here. Wow, you guys are early risers. I love it. I guess most days, if I weren't here, I would be up by now. We were talking earlier about mental health, and one of the things that I do for my mental health is most days I love working out. There are some days when I just continue to hit snooze, but most days I love working out. And I actually, what brought me to this area, and I'm sure I'll talk about it a little later, what brought me to this area is Shenandoah University. I came to go to school here. I had the really awesome opportunity to play field hockey. Hello, Keith. I had an incredible opportunity to play field hockey at Shenandoah, and one of the things that I miss is competitive athletics, and I certainly cannot compete at the level that I did, and I certainly can't compete with Shenandoah field hockey right now. They are absolutely incredible. In fact, I can't remember what they were ranked last, but they were ranked 14th or 16th in the country for D3, so big shout out to Shenandoah field hockey. All that to say, I still love working out. So those are one of the things that I do for my own mental health, is I continue to just take care of myself physically, and also that that plays into my mental health. Brandon was talking about our staff being well taken care of mentally, and kind of that second-hand trauma that we deal with. He mentioned one of our residents, his name was Buddy. And he was here for one of our previous bench events. We walked with Buddy through some really tough diagnoses. And he was with us, I believe, just for a handful of months. He had a really tough cancer diagnosis. It it spread very quickly, very rapidly, and our staff ended up walking him through end of life care. He was hospitalized, and when he kind of came to a point where he knew that he was not going to get any better, and that it was really probably his last few days, last few weeks. I can remember Brandon went to the hospital and to visit him, and he said, I can't stay here. He's like, I want to come back to the rescue mission. Like, these guys are my family. And so he came back. And again, we walked through the very end of life with him. And so Buddy ended up passing with us. Thanks, Keith. And so a handful of our staff, we were all, and honestly, our volunteers are, sorry. Woo! I can't see exactly what it is. I think trash cans and plastic cutlery. And socks. Socks are good. We ended up walking through the very end of life, and we watched one of our friends and somebody that many of us saw kind of as family when he had no family in and of himself. We saw him pass, and we've seen a handful of other things that are incredibly emotionally demanding. We've seen relapse, we've seen death, we've seen hopelessness, and so it's incredibly emotionally demanding. And so I see Olivia's watching. Gerald, hello, Gerald Jenkins. I see Wendy's watching, and Leanna. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate you guys hopping on and joining us early this morning. But our staff and many of our volunteers continue to see some really difficult things. All that to say, and we have another little visitor. But all that to say, taking care of yourself physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually is incredibly important. And so I encourage you, in whatever you do, that you please make sure that you make yourself, your mental health and your physical health, an absolute priority. No matter what you do, it's incredibly important. Keith, would you like to join us? Yeah. Come on by. This cold coffee. Hello. Man, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Hi, Maggie. I'll give you the mic. I'm so good. How are you? I think that's on. Hey, Maggie.
I need a mic.
Oh, my gosh. Hello. So sweet, man. My day is made. Keith, introduce yourself. I'm so excited that you're joining us. If you want to introduce yourself and kind of how you're involved.
I'm Keith Ogilvy, and this is Maggie, and we're on the board here at the mission.
You and Maggie?
No, well, Maggie's comes around, hangs out. But yeah, it's been my privilege to serve on the board for just over 3 years, and it's an honor to come out and sit at the bench. We're happy that this event was successful last year and the year before, but we're looking forward to it being successful again this year. Just brought out some donations for the kitchen. We're always in need of utensils and napkins and to-go containers, because we do serve tremendous demand for meals as well as our other services. But yeah, I'm glad you're awake.
Yeah. Oh, me too. I was talking earlier that I was honestly very concerned that I was going to sleep through my alarm, and I'm a light sleeper, but I was highly concerned. So I'm glad I'm here too. Keith, how did you initially get started with the rescue mission? And I'm new, at least to the seat, so I get to ask questions because I just don't. I get to learn. Today is a day of learning for me as well.
Sure.
How'd you get started?
Well, I knew Brandon Thomas through the church that he was affiliated with. We started talking. Frankly, I've lived in Winchester for the better part of 36 years,
wow.
Mostly in the downtown area. So I'm aware of the situation with some of our citizens that are without home for whatever their reason is. And it never really dawned on me to get involved directly with the mission, other than just doing things out of the kindness of our hearts. So Brandon and I started talking, came down, saw the programs, understood what the mission is here at the rescue mission, trying to change lives. And while hot meals and a place of shelter are one aspect of what we do here, helping our fellow citizens make the changes that they're required in their lives to rectify, perhaps slay some demons, get services that they need, so then they can return to society in a productive way. There are all kinds of needs, throughout our city. Homelessness is at least weighs heavy on my heart, particularly for those that are that need change in their life, particularly if we have a service veteran out here that served our country and finds him or herself on tough times.
Yeah. So you've been officially affiliated with us for about 3 years. What are some of the changes that you've seen in the last 3 years, either with us as an organization or you think, kind of in the city with the demographic that we work with?
Well, let's the sheer number of folks that we have to help, those numbers continue to grow. If we take COVID as an isolated incident, the numbers that we've seen during COVID are still here and growing. It is a situation that requires a holistic, universal approach. It just can't be the Winchester Rescue Mission. It has to be private citizens. It has to be businesses to get involved. And it requires our city to take a proactive stance and just not a reactionary stance. Excuse me. And of course, on the most positive note, we've got our Valley Avenue property that we're looking for donations to help get that off the ground. We have a capital project coming up so we can get our building finalized and outfitted. So those are the positives. I mean, surely folks have known about the rescue mission over the years, and we're doing God's work here. It really is the opportunity for private citizens and enterprises to get involved to help our city.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I really love about the rescue mission is that we are able to work with businesses, organizations, and individuals that might not be the experts in what we feel we're the experts in, but their value and their input and their insight and expertise helps make us the experts in what we're in, because we're able to provide certain resources and we know certain things, but like you said, we cannot do what we do well, or really in any manner at all without their support, without government, without city representation and Frederick County representation, without other businesses, whether that's realty, financial management, local businesses, the Walking Mall. All of us have a significant impact to play because the community. When you say the word community, it's not just a certain, demographic. It's everybody that makes up that community. And so I think that's like one of the really cool things about the rescue mission is we have to, and we do work with the community and rely on them and their expertise and resources to make, like you said, transformation in individual lives possible. And I think it's an intimidating thing. I think looking at all of the numbers, like when you look at, Brandon was saying earlier that, our area, Winchester City, Frederick County, Clark County, we have the highest population of doubled up, the doubled up homeless population. I think that's such an intimidating factor to look at. And I think what we have to remind ourselves is, and something that we say quite frequently around here is, do for one that which you wish you could do for everyone.
Correct.
And I think we see one individual life and we say, Keith, if I can make a significant impact in your day, or in your day and in your life, then that's what I'll continue to do. And I mean, you said you're doing the Lord's work. And I agree 100%. I think that that's how, if we see Jesus as the best example to follow, I think that that's exactly how Jesus lived his life and led his ministry. Is he looked at the person right in front of him and he was concerned about
Sure.
that one individual right in front of him, and in that moment.
At that moment in time. And that really highlights what we try to do here at the mission. Is if we can help one, then one can turn into 10, 10 can turn into 100.
Yep.
But if we focus on the one individual and work with whatever their situation or demons that they're battling, and fix is the wrong word, but change, facilitate change. I think that's really, if we kept it knowing that if one family or one individual or one business could contribute to the rescue mission, they may feel like, well, that's just a pebble, that's just a rock. But we all know that it only took a rock for David to slay Goliath, and that's all really it takes is one family, one individual, one business, to make the effort to pick up the stone to slay the giant, and we can make that impact. And it adds up.
And we've seen that. We've seen great success stories. We've seen great change. We've seen heartache and not great stories. But I think if we continue to remind ourselves of why we're doing the work that we do, that we're not just here to serve food, we're not just here to feed people, we're not just here to house people, but that it truly is an investment in an individual's life, that keeps us going. And whether, like you said, that's one family or one life changed, I think that that's really what it takes and what it is, what it's all about.
It is. And when we talk about enterprises, local enterprises like Shenandoah University, Valley Health, Monofil, and others, the list is long, but those are the names that immediately come to my mind. It does take an entire community, along with individuals who donate to us, whether it's weekly, monthly, or one-time gifts. All of those add up. That all piles up into helping us with our operational budget, helping us with our building fund, really affecting change. But as well as anyone, the numbers of folks, families, particularly women and children, that need daily assistance, opportunities and programs to facilitate change in their lives is seemingly endless. But we don't, you and the staff and Brian here running the audio visual, see it every day. And it's a testament to the staff here that they don't get overwhelmed. They understand that, today I pick up a rock and sling it at the giant in front of them, and make the change. So,
yeah, very true. I'm looking at a few of the comments and who's joining us. And thanks for joining us, Jenny. Thank you, Fran. Thanks for your continued support. We got a question. Do we have an Amazon wish list that we could purchase from on our website? We do, correct? Okay, perfect. Woo! Yeah, so we do have a link. So if you are watching, another great way to support us is by purchasing things directly and then donating them to us. So we do have an Amazon link now attached in our comment section. And so on that link on Amazon, you're going to find a handful of things that we use day in and day out here to run operations. Because you can imagine the amount of toilet paper that we go through in a facility with not only 45 residents, but a handful of staff, a handful of volunteers, and guests joining us. So things like toilet paper, soap, paper towels, plates, water, you name it. We're going through a significant amount, running the size of the organization that we work with. So you're going to find some great things as well as clothing. You're going to find some really great things that you can support us with. And it ships directly to us, which is great. We always get excited when Amazon boxes show up because we really don't know what we're going to get.
Well, I would also encourage folks, when you're at Costco or Walmart or Martin's and you're walking by the consumable aisles, paper towels, toilet papers, to-go boxes, utensils, things we need in the kitchen, or you walk by that skid of socks and T-shirts and underwear, all of those things are under high demand for us. And, that's what we dropped off here. We were at Costco and tried to get out for just what was on our list, but then, seeing the things and knowing the needs, it all adds up. And, one family, one business dropping off stuff, going to the Amazon wish list or contributing online is an awesome opportunity to help us affect change. And speaking of that, on behalf of
Keith,
my wife,
so much.
on behalf of my wife, Brian, and my fellow employees at Micronics Engineered Filtration, we'd like to
Keith, thanks so much.
Kick the day off.
Yeah, we appreciate it. We appreciate it so much. Thank you, sir. Thanks for all the ways that you serve with us and support us. It's absolutely incredible. So thank you and your wife and your organization. Maggie's security today.
Maggie's working security for Lauren here. So, all right.
Awesome. Well, thank you, sir.
If you need anything during the course of the day,
all right.
Text.
Yeah.
All right.
Right up the road. Awesome. Thanks, Keith. Appreciate it, sir. Bye, Maggie. Awesome. Thank you so much, Keith. Oh, heck yeah. Thank you. Keith's hooking us up, man. Bye, Maggie. Great. Again, that was Keith Ogilvie. He is on our board. He volunteers and is a great supporter of the rescue mission. So thank you, Keith and Keith's wife and his organization for supporting us. It really makes a huge difference. I see Dave, that you're watching us. Nicole, you just stopped on. Thanks for joining us, my friend. Both of those guys have volunteered with us and are really just good friends, great people. So thanks for joining us, guys. Again, just a friendly reminder that you can. It's not even been that long of a day, and I cannot get my words out correctly. Y'all need all you people who pray, all you praying people out there, you need to continue to pray for me that I can speak correctly and speak well throughout the duration of the day. We've only been going for maybe 2 hours, and we're going until about 10:30, 11 o'clock tonight. So I'm going to hand this off so I don't misplace it. And then, hey, how are you? Good to see you. No, hardly. No, I am. Ready or not? Yeah, come sit up, Richard. Oh, yeah. Man, I love it. I love what I get to do. Brandon's been a great leader, good guy to learn from. So introduce yourself. I'd love to, being the new person. Oh, yeah, you should probably hold the mic up when you're ready. So introduce yourself. I'm, just stepping in as interim. So I've got a lot to learn. And I get to just bluntly ask people, who are you and what do you do and why are you involved?
My name's Rich Petro. I'm the commander of the VFW Post 2123 here in Winchester, and we have been supporting Winchester Rescue Mission for quite a while, long time, and we realize that some of the people that are residents here are veterans, and so that, of course, is our focus, is to make sure they get everything they need to get back on their feet. So we want to make our resources available to them and to anybody else as well. Of course, you mentioned that you're just the interim.
Yes.
You know that interim can be 7 years, 8
Yes.
years.
You potentially know that from Brandon Thomas. Brandon
That's right.
stepped in. Initially, he was serving on our board, and about like 2 or 3 months after serving on our board, they said, "Hey, will you step in as our interim for 1 month?" And 1
Yeah.
month turned into
Kidding.
7.5, almost 8 years. So
Yeah.
we'll see. We have a really incredible board, and they're doing a very thorough interview process. They're looking at a hiring firm or search firm to find the best fit to lead our organization, whether that's me or somebody else who can really
Sure.
love this place and honor this place through their leadership. So well, thanks for joining us. Thanks for your support. What tell me a little bit more about yourself. So you are a veteran. What branch did you serve
I was
in?
in the Army,
Okay.
71 to 74, with
Okay.
tour in Vietnam.
Okay.
Things were winding down, so it wasn't as bad as it could have been. The best part about serving over there is when you come home.
Yeah.
And because of when I came back, it wasn't as bad as many of the horror stories you hear. The guys that came back earlier in the late 60s, they had it definitely rough. And we've seen a change in the general population's attitude towards military service now. It's celebrated a little bit more,
Yeah.
which is great. But it's a little embarrassing too. We served because we wanted to. Even though I was drafted, once you get in, you kind of toe the line. You do what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
And you don't think that much about it. You do it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, I've been here in Winchester since '98. Been with the VFW since the kind of 2008, 2010, somewhere in there is when I started getting involved in Veterans Affairs. Have joined as a life member of, the Legion, VFW, any other veteran organization that's around that I'm eligible for, I get into.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell me what exactly is VFW?
Veterans of Foreign Wars.
Okay.
That's the distinction between the American Legion, AMVETS, Korean War veterans, Iraq, Afghanistan veterans, disabled American veterans. Believe here in Winchester area we have 6 veteran service organizations. All the ones I'm eligible for, I've joined.
Yeah.
And they all have somewhat distinct missions as well. As you can imagine, Korean War veterans kind of focus on the people that had served in Korea, and that's an ongoing situation. You are still, Korea is still considered an open war. They haven't officially ended that. So service in Korea today will make you eligible for the Korean War Veterans Association.
Yeah.
But Veterans of Foreign Wars, it's in the name. You have to have served in a foreign war, not just been in the military during that time, but actually have been in that area.
Yeah. And how do you see veterans, like veteran homelessness services? Do you feel that there are ample services to that support our veterans?
Well, I know an awful lot of organizations are trying to make the appropriate services available. That's the good part of it. The bad part of it is that those services are needed. People that are homeless, and including veterans and others as well, you can't put it all on them. There are other circumstances, around that situation
Mm-hmm.
that are really out of their control.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to mitigate those circumstances as best you can.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
offering the services is good, but it is up to the individual to take
Mm-hmm.
advantage of them
Mm-hmm.
too. There is that responsibility to want to not be homeless and to
Mm-hmm.
take advantage
Mm-hmm.
of what is available.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I think when you talk about, you cannot force somebody into help. And sometimes things almost being outside of our area of expertise, whether that's they're a veteran or not. What we run into sometimes is that an individual may be in such need of a higher care that we are not able to necessarily provide them with, whether that's physical health care needs, like they just might need a higher level of physical health care, or even mental health care if they are mentally unwell to a point where they may not be able to take care of themselves, or they may be a potential threat to somebody else. I think perhaps you know veteran services are kind of in the same thing. While they are able to provide some services, there are others that they cannot help with, simply because they're kind of outside that area of expertise, and we've run into that a handful of times. But I think it's really incredible that that there are resources available to our veterans, and to honor the sacrifices that they have made for themselves, for our community, and for our country. I think it's incredible.
And that is where we come in as to help in that situation where we know that services are available, and not just through the Veterans Affairs Office, the VA, because we connect with other groups in the community that offer services that are focused on veteran issues. So we want to be that go-between, that liaison between the veteran who needs help and those agencies that provide help. We know what they are. We're more than happy to, bring those two people together, those in need and those providing a service that'll help them.
Yeah. Do you feel that there are specific needs that our veterans might need, or certain experiences that they have that they need catered kind of more towards, that what's the correct term, civilians do not experience, and what are those, and how are you able to provide?
Well, I think in general, I'd say 90% of the need is the same for civilian or veteran. But the difference being that a veteran has often experienced something that the civilian has not experienced. And they need to be able to associate with, get help from, connect with people that have had a similar experience, which is where we come in.
Yeah.
So even though I was in the Vietnam War, and today it's the Afghan and Iraq War, veterans that are coming out, we've experienced similar things and have that kind of connection to each other, so that, okay, you went there, I went here, but we had the same problems getting back into civilian life. So that transition period, we can help with that for those veterans willing to take advantage of it.
Yeah. That's incredible. Yeah, that's really incredible.
Of course, now I'm going to have to cut this short because I've got a Chamber of Commerce event in about 5 minutes.
Well,
the other end
thank
of
you.
town.
Yeah. Well, safe travels.
Do you want to put in your lunch order now? Or?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I need to start thinking ahead, because I feel like here in just a few minutes we're going to be having some other people join us. So I need to be thinking ahead.
That's right.
Thinking
If you're going
ahead.
to be here all day, you better think about what's for lunch,
Yep.
afternoon snack, dinner.
Exactly. I'm always thinking about that. I feel like I get so much smack from our staff that they're like, Lauren, you're eating again, and I'm like, yes. Like,
Yeah, but you can
really,
burn it off. I eat and I don't burn it off. That's my problem. Well, it was really nice talking
Richard,
to you.
pleasure.
And I wish you all
Absolute
the best.
pleasure, sir. Thank you for your support and your service.
Keep us on the mailing list.
Yeah.
You'll be having another fundraiser dinner this year.
Yes, sir. We sure will.
Make sure we get notice of that so we can get a table.
Yeah,
and
I will. It will be in February again. Our gala will be in February.
Whenever you need anything related to veterans in particular,
yep.
Any needs arise, you be sure to let us know.
Yeah, I sure will. Richard, thank you, sir. We appreciate it so much. Thanks for your support. Yep. Oh. Awesome. Woo, we are rocking and rolling, guys. I see that Jules, you joined us for a little while. Doris, thanks for joining us. Jackie, thanks so much. Jackie's been a great supporter. Lowe's from Northside, they have continued to support us over the last few years. And Jackie is a good friend of the rescue mission and of mine. So I'm so thankful for her. Doris, Emily, thanks for joining us. Deanna, good morning. Hello. We will see you here in a little while. When you join us for work today. Jill, good to see you. See you at least watching. Jill is also one of our volunteers and a great supporter of the rescue mission. She and her church come in and they serve dinner once a month. Yeah, let's come snag a picture for sure. I'm going to put this down here before I knock it over because I'm going to be that person that does that, and then we're going to have a whole fiasco. Awesome.
Yeah, we have a community book showing helping to demonstrate our community involvement. Community book. And so I was asking if I could get a screenshot off you because he says, I don't know. How about a picture? So thank you.
Yeah, of course. Yep. Awesome. Thank you, Richard. We appreciate it so much. Awesome. Thanks, Richard. Good to see you, sir. So Jill will come in and help out with her church, and we really love and appreciate them. Holland, Rick, Kim, thank you. Jessica, Deanna, good morning. Matt, I see that you hop back on to check things out, so thanks for joining us real early this morning. In fact, I think you got here even before I did, so thanks so much for your support over the last few years, not only with this event, but just with everything that the rescue mission has got going on. I've seen a handful of people walk by with coffee. So thank you. It's going to be a long day. And caffeine is definitely going to go and help us get through it, along with the conversations and good company. So on your way to work this morning, sneak out a little early. I don't know about you, but I have the tendency to be a little late, but make it a point this morning, get out 5, 10, 15 minutes early, and come sit down and have a conversation with us. Here in a little while, as our staff continues to come in and other communities continue to come in, you can expect to hear some cool conversations. Our community paramedic just drove by. Shannon, she might be stopping in. Yeah. Shannon is our newest community paramedic with Winchester City Fire and Rescue, our good friends. Man, I got the hookup. With Winchester City Fire and Rescue. They do great work. They are good friends. And we love that they are part of this community and that they support us and support us well. So I think she's going to be joining us and telling us a little bit about what a community paramedic is, how the fire and rescue department kind of operate, and what benefit they have in our community outside of, putting out fires and handling 911 calls. Again, you look at emergency situations and how they help, and then Shannon plays and so many leaders in the fire department make a significant impact in, not only looking at emergencies, but holistic services to prevent those emergencies from happening, and then looking, what's next, and what steps can we take next to make a change in people's lives. So I'm really excited to sit down with her, and have some cool conversations. Again, just a reminder that you can scan a QR code on the live stream. We've been dropping the silent auction link that's live now, and that is for the Plarner. I'm gonna mess that up. Plarner. And so our friends, some lady friends from the village at Orchard Ridge have, good morning, Shannon, have spent their time taking old plastic grocery bags and repurposing them. So not only are you being environmentally sustainable and environmentally conscious, but you're repurposing them so that they can serve another purpose. And so we've got some really cool items that they've made up there, and you can make a bid on those. On those items, we've got some mats and rugs, and then we also have some plastic. My words are failing me. Plastic bags, totes, that you can also bid on. There. If you've never volunteered before, how can you sign up to volunteer? All right. The best thing to do is to head to our website, and that's Win Rescue, so WIN rescue.org. Click the Get Involved tab, then click Volunteer, and that is when you get to sign up for a volunteer orientation. And so you get to come attend a volunteer orientation. You get to meet Sam, who will be here just in a little while, and get to hear more about the rescue mission, why we do what we do, our philosophy, what we call our ecosystem, and how your certain gifts and talents and callings and passions can, be a contribution to the work that we do, and again, to an individual life, for one of the men or the women, or the individuals that we get to serve. So if you want to volunteer, head to our website, get involved, volunteer, sign up for an orientation, show up to an orientation, and then just come hang out with us and learn more about what we get to do and how we do it. And we've got really incredible staff and fun volunteers and fun residents. And so it's really one of the best things. In fact, really cool. A handful of our staff actually started as volunteers. Myself did. Brandon did. Rachel, who's our program manager, actually started as a volunteer. Chris Bennett, who is one of our program staff members, he started off as a volunteer. Then he interned with us. Man, I could just keep going. Internships are also another really great opportunity. So if you're a college student, or you know somebody who is looking for an internship, whether that's through social work, food service, hospitality, leadership, nonprofit, whatever it is, that's a great opportunity to get involved. So Chris Bennett, volunteer, intern, and now he's on staff with us. And so that's not me guaranteeing you a job, though now that I guess I do, for the interim, have that authority. Volunteering is really cool because you never really know what can lead from you volunteering, whether that's a job, whether that's you're directly able to change somebody's life, which I don't want to 100% guarantee it, but I'm going to 100% guarantee that if you volunteer, you will make a significant impact, if not in one individual's life, in multiple people's lives. So it's a great way to get involved. That was a really long story about, if you've never volunteered, how to, but really volunteers are at the center, are the heart of this organization. And there's so much that we couldn't do without them. So thank you guys. Patty, I see that you're joining us. Robert, thanks for hopping on and watching us. Glenn, welcome to our live stream. We're happy to have you guys. Also, if you guys have any questions, feel free to continue to leave them in the comments section, or swing by and have a conversation with us. We're going to be talking about homelessness, poverty, medical services, needs in our community, government, you name it. We'll be talking about it. We'll have a handful of our residents come out, join us, talk about their stories, and talk about just kind of everything that's made possible. And so when do you want to come join us, Shannon? Oh man, flowers are my absolute favorite, and they're dahlias. I love it. Hello. Wow, did you grow these? I love them. Do you have just a garden? You got a whole farm of dahlias?
Farm. No.
Yeah.
This is back.
Oh yeah. Grab the mic. I think it's on.
Okay.
Should
Can
be
you hear
on.
me? Is it on?
Yeah. Man, I love this. These are
Test?
incredible. These are gorgeous. I think it is. There we go.
Okay. How's that?
Should be on. Yep. Perfect.
Actually, I have just a backyard garden.
Okay.
I love my flowers. I love my vegetables.
Yeah.
So, everything's kind of dying off, but because of the heat, I would
Yeah.
have to say a lot of them. I mean, they weren't doing all that great, and now
Yeah.
the temperature has cooled down a little bit.
Yeah.
So
They're thriving.
coming out, and I thought, you
I
deserve-
love
you deserve
it.
this pick.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I actually have had this long time dream of owning a flower farm or starting a flower farm.
Right.
So these, so I have tulips in the spring, and honestly, those are about the thing that I can grow best. I've tried growing dahlias, zinnias, cosmos, you name it, and I just don't have great luck. But I have tulips in the spring. So if you want to come hang out and get your hands in the dirt later this,
I'm also
in November.
interested, like if you have zinnias or things like I collect the seeds.
oh,
So,
really?
Well, why buy? When
Yeah,
get it
you
for
just
free?
reuse it. Man, I love it. And talk about like environmentally sustainable and not having to rebuy things. I love it. Well, these are
And
gorgeous.
reuse the mason jar that I gave you.
Yes, I have so many mason jars.
Well, start
So many
gifting.
Jason.
Start gifting.
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm gonna go put these down over here so I can look at them. So Shannon, tell us a little bit about yourself and start anywhere because I know that you dabble in a lot of things and make
A lot.
big
A
big
lot.
waves in the best ways in our community.
Well, first I want to thank you for doing this.
Yeah.
Also want to thank you for all the work that you're doing. I think it's fabulous.
Yeah.
I'll probably cry maybe once or twice because I'm just excited about everything.
Yeah.
So me, I came into the area in 1991
Okay.
and loved. It was during apple blossom and just loved. I thought it was the cutest thing ever. I'm originally from the San Francisco Bay Area.
Oh wow. Okay.
So, and back in '91, I saw this area having the potential like Los Gatos or Monterey kind of a thing, and sure enough, it has blossomed into this fabulous area.
Yeah.
So, staying here, married, 3 kids,
Mhm.
and I started a career. Golly, what brought me here was working with United Airlines, and then I worked for a physical therapy clinic, did some billing. So got into the healthcare thing. Started volunteering at Rouse. Took it serious enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got my EMT, got my firefighter 1,
Yeah.
firefighter 2, and I started a career. How I got into it was just, hey, wouldn't it be neat? Someday I could sit in my rocking chair and tell my grandkids, look, this is what your crazy grandma did, right?
Yeah.
never
Wow.
dreaming that I would actually stay
Yeah.
as long as I did. I retired
Wow.
after 26 years of service
Mhm.
as a lieutenant with Frederick County. But I did spend 10 years from 1996 to 2006, a career firefighter here in Winchester.
Okay.
And then bounced around different locations,
Mhm.
and then again retired just about a year and a half ago, I guess, with Frederick County.
Wow.
And after that, I started dipping into, and I was chair for First Night Winchester for about 12 or so years.
Okay.
Until we just made the decision to disband.
Mhm.
But I've been involved with nonprofits at a different level.
Mhm.
And now that I've made some connections,
Mhm.
I've kept in touch with the chief, John Henschel,
Mhm.
with Winchester
Yep.
Fire and Rescue. And unfortunately, we had depart from the community paramedic, which was Rob Schmidt.
Rob Schmidt.
Right.
Yeah.
Schmitty.
Man,
Yes.
I loved him. Yeah, he was great. He did great stuff, and
Well,
we were sad to leave him.
Everyone is sad. I think
Yeah.
he has a fan club. If I
Yeah.
had to bet on it, I think he has a little bit of a fan club.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. When I would see that vehicle,
Rob Schmidt
Yeah.
Facebook page.
when I would see his vehicle up over there, I was like, yes, Schmitty's here.
Schmitty's here.
And so we were just talk in the office, and obviously like he was your job, community paramedic, is absolutely incredible and very neat. And I'm so glad that Winchester has this to offer. But I think one of the cool things about it is you really get to know the other people that are working in with the people, you know, that you get to serve, and there's friendship and camaraderie. Yeah, and it's just cool to, you know, kind of tell war stories and laugh and joke and you know, really get to and ultimately you know, celebrate some of the victories that you get to see, because, you know, the what you all see as paramedics and as first responders, to a certain extent is different than what we see. But I think if we look at it from a holistic perspective, you guys are just as important as we are, and we get to work hand in hand, not just to see an emergency and not just to see somebody experiencing homelessness, but get to see some transformation, where people may be at their worst, and we then get to see them walk through something that's transformational. And so it's so fun.
I
so
would
good.
say there's definitely been a transformation. When I started, I would have to say respect was a missing component.
Man, people love it. I don't even know what that was, but hey.
And I would have to say now, I mean, just with having the insight of having this type of a program and connecting and collaborating with all the various resources that are available to all of our citizens, for that matter, is a huge component in showing that respect for individuals, for community. I'm extremely passionate about this next step in my life. I feel that everything that I've done has prepared me for this moment.
Yeah.
And
Amen.
I'm feeling comfortable in my shoes.
Yeah.
Hoping to springboard off of what Rob had done, established, and again, you know, participate more, get more involved, show the presence of the community paramedic, whether that's at Watts, you know, during the different time frames with Watts, whether it's coming here visiting with you, all the different food banks that's available, CCAP.
That's a school bus. That's our first school bus. So Winchester City Public Schools, thank you.
There you go.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited about this, and again, it's a great honor to be
Yeah.
here and to be able to have this opportunity to meet you. And,
Yeah.
and the group and see what we can do together, and you know, make it even a stronger unity.
Yeah, I love it. I'm 100%. 100%. Yes, unity is in community. So tell us a little bit about what community paramedic is, what it's all about, and why it's beneficial, why it's helpful.
Sure. So as EMS providers, we get called to various locations, whether it's out somewhere on the street, whether it's in somebody's home, apartment, wherever. And that gives us that initial, I mean, it's a privilege to get the opportunity of seeing the environment that someone's in from a first-hand perspective. What we tend to do is, well, I know, but for me, it's all part of this, like you mentioned, this holistic approach of you come in, you assess the environment, you're assessing the patient. I would take into consideration, or take the opportunity, I should say, does this individual have a support group? And even having the opportunity of glancing in the kitchen, are there, you know, signs that they're eating appropriately, that they have, you know, individuals coming in, is the mail being picked up, is the newspaper? So these are just subtle little, it's like a little investigator. You just kind of come in, you observe the whole scene, trying to pick out really important aspects of one's living health, you know, their overall health condition. And I would take, for me anyway, I would take that information and forward that to, you know, in a hospital setting. You know, does this need a case manager or a patient advocate or something other than what I can provide? Now, and that was what I would do when I was out in the field. And now that you have this community paramedic, these individuals who are out doing that same thing, I mean, you have some people too, they don't know where to go. So they're calling 911. I don't want to say unnecessarily, but because that's the last resort. And to be able to, you know, flag this person saying, hey, we might need some additional resources. Is there a fall prevention that might be needed? Maybe they need to have their medication list assessed. Maybe get the pharmacist to come in and check their prescriptions. Is there a possible over or underdosing of meds or crossing over of meds that contradict each other and causing ill effects? Is there a problem of addiction? Is there some kind of mental behavioral problem? All of those things are huge, very important, critical cues that help. And of course, we're required by law. We need to document all these things, but that would be an indicator to flag the community paramedic. So once I get flagged, then I build that relationship. I'll either call or make a home visit, or just as long as I'm making that connection and have that conversation, whether it's with the care provider, the home care person, that might be another family member or somebody from the outside, and share what our services are, as far as I can help connect. Some people may find out that they're eligible for insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, and they didn't know it. So help point them in that direction, or I can help fill out that information. But it's to try and provide the necessary resources to allow that person to become more independent and be more of their own advocate as well. I take it very serious as far as being an advocate. An advocate for myself, an advocate for others. It's crucial. So that's how I envision. And then as I'm working with all the different resources in the community, building those relationships, getting a better understanding, kind of like a case manager.
I mean, everything that you just said is a huge component of case management. So you are a community expert, a case manager, and a paramedic. So you do 3 jobs.
Too,
that's
I used to do that. So
yeah.
I kind of incorporate all of that. And if bills, people are overwhelmed because they think, oh, I have this bill with Winchester Fire and Rescue, we can figure out ways of figuring that process out. It might not, if it's a write-off, because they don't have insurance or because insurance isn't paying. It's a lot of different things. A lot of different resources, and weeding through all of those weeds. Right?
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Right. And red tape.
Red tape's huge.
But that's my job, I guess. To make it an easier process for someone who may be in that survival mode and is just overwhelmed and kind of like mentally paralyzed of what do I do? I don't have a clue. And I'm there to help guide.
Yeah, that's incredible. And I love that Winchester City has this and offers this. Have you found success in it since its establishment?
Yes. So I've been doing this now. I guess this is my 4th week. But I've been advised that they have seen a decrease in the 911 calls as far as people understanding that there's different routes to go. It's not necessarily 911 that they need to call, and it's just an educational process. So
is the guest? I see a comment that our guest mic is not working, and I just want to ensure. It shows that it's on. All right, we'll try it again.
So you didn't catch any of that stuff.
We did. Yeah, these mics are actually really, really incredible. So there's a handful of people that are joining us. Thanks, Jay. Thanks for joining us. Jay Smith is one of our volunteers. He helps lead rescue riders, and he's down in Daytona Biketoberfest right now. And so he dropped us a hint that our guest mic is not working, but we're hoping that it's working now. So Jay, let us know if it's working
Test.
now.
Yeah, let me know.
Yeah. But that's really incredible. I'm so excited that our community has you and has that position, because I think it's not just an emergency service. Our first responders are not just seeing emergencies. I think that it's important to remember that that's a part of the puzzle that leads to somebody's overall wellness. And so you're a huge player in that. So we're excited to have. Yeah.
Just Serve?
Yes. Oh yeah. 100%.
Okay.
Yep, please. And so
right.
not only are you a community paramedic, but you also serve our community in other ways. So do you want to talk about
if
Just
it's okay?
Serve?
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
I'll
please.
just
We love
switch hats for a moment real quick.
Yeah, switch hats. We do that.
Because I think really all of us that are out here working in the community, we have so many other jobs, volunteer aspects and so forth. So another area of interest is as someone who volunteered as chair for First Night Winchester, we were dependent on weather. So we would always cheer for great weather. The other component was trying to find volunteers. And one of the main reasons we disband was not finding those that were willing to volunteer. And then, we got hit with some bad weather prior COVID, and then COVID hit, and then everybody's afraid to get out. So I got introduced way before to Just Serve. I was just trying to find, nonprofits want to find free avenues to market because we don't have the funding, right?
Yep.
So anything that's free and worthy, great.
Yep.
So Just Serve is a free resource tool for organizations to market what projects they have that require volunteer assistance. And we're inviting those that are interested to volunteer, that want to volunteer in the community, to search Just Serve. It's a website and it's a mobile app that you can download. So you can be sitting here if you wanted and scroll through on the Just Serve mobile app and find all the different projects that are going on in our community. And I consider it like kind of that Netflix of surfing through movies, trying to decide what movie you want to watch. Well, it's that same kind of concept.
Yeah.
So we're inviting people who are interested in volunteering to come on to Just Serve, find out what it is that you might want to do. And then we're also inviting the nonprofit organizations. Actually, it's nonprofit organizations, government agencies, faith-based groups, wherever there's a volunteer need. Go ahead and post that project. Anyone can sign up for a free or register for a free account. The advisory board consists the same demographics that are in our own community, as far as you have someone from like the Red Cross, you have someone from the Catholic Church, you have someone from the Rotary, and there's a whole list of board members that are advisory to Just Serve and making it functional to the organizations, and then functional also for the individual who wants to volunteer. So that's my plug in that.
Yeah.
And it's easy to just post a project too. Anyone can post a project. And then when you have a relationship with an organization, that organization can be their own admin.
Yeah.
And add that information themselves.
Love it. And is the website justserve.org?
Yes.
Okay. Easy enough.
Easy enough.
Yeah. So for those of you who are watching, if you are interested in serving, potentially not just for rescue mission, but really serving overall in our community, definitely check out justserve.org or the mobile app. And it's the mobile app, Just Serve.
The mobile app is Just Serve, and it has a little heart, circle with a heart in the center of it. And another great thing about it is it's global. It's international.
No way.
Yes.
I love that.
So they just rolled out in Switzerland. I got it right.
Okay.
They have them Chile, UK. I can't think of all of them right off the top of my head. So if you're traveling,
if you find yourself in Chile wanting to volunteer,
you might find some opportunities. And granted, it's as active as the specialists that are working in that area and making those connections. So it's only as good as that. And we've got 8 different specialists from Clark County, Frederick County, Winchester, Warren, Shenandoah County, Page County, Hampshire, and Grant County.
Wow.
So we're covering all
Regional.
of that. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible. What other organizations in Winchester City? I've seen Watts, I've seen CCAP. What other organizations are on
We've
Just
got
Serve's
Food
website?
Pantry. We've got Blue Ridge Hospice. We've got.
Yep.
I'd have to get I don't have my phone. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I do. I do have my phone. SPCA.
Oh, nice. Love it.
Who did you say?
Habitat for
Habitat
Humanity.
for Humanity. Oh, I don't have it on this phone.
Yep.
I got too many phones.
I gotcha.
couple
Yeah.
churches. Right.
Love it. Yeah, so there's a little bit of everything, and I feel like that's a good opportunity to talk about.
City of Winchester's actually on there as
No
well.
way.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo.
Yeah. Vanessa Santiago.
Yes.
She's posted projects that the city offers to.
Love that.
Would like to get more of our health, the participants on our health to be involved. I guess our health is that direction.
Yep.
So
right down there.
Right.
I think that's something that I personally am really passionate about. Previous to this position that I've recently stepped into, is I oversaw the rescue missions community engagement, and one of the things that I would say at our volunteer orientations is find what you're passionate about. Like, find when you're walking down the street, like, what really irks you. Is it animals? Is it people? Is it the environment? Is it healthcare? Is it education? Like, what really irks you, or what keeps you up at night? Like, what is so unsettling to you? Or in the opposite, like, what really drives you? What gets you fired up? What makes you really happy to see? Find that, lean into that. And whether that's like your career or not, I think if you have the time and the resources to invest in something that you're really passionate about, I think Winchester City Public Schools, again, loving it. Yeah, maybe they'll just keep driving by. So if any representatives from city schools wants to swing by, or if that bus driver, I'm not sure who you are, want to swing by and have a conversation, please, by all means, join us. But I think that finding your passion and leaning into that, whether or not, like, for me, I love what I get to do, and my job is my passion. But I think that if there are opportunities for you to further, there's our first motorcycle. Though, if you're a Harley rider, you would consider that a scooter. But again, we cannot discriminate against scooters, or I think that was like a Ninja or Yamaha, something. But I think find what you're passionate about, invest in that, and educate yourself about that. Because I think a well-educated volunteer is the best volunteer. A well-educated donor is the best donor. And I stole that from Janie Dickens Bowman, whom we have the privilege of having on staff with us. And she and I had a conversation about that, because I think what you're passionate about and what you can educate yourself on, you can make the most impact.
Well, it's an organic relationship.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just happening naturally.
Yeah.
And then you become this sponge, and you start receiving all of this information, and then you're utilizing it for the betterment of the community, betterment of, people in the community. I can't, had I known, the joys, the benefits of volunteering, the opportunities that come up, the people that you meet, the people that you serve, it's a better appreciation of where you are in your life.
Yep.
Right? Better appreciation and empathy for people who are struggling. And there's not enough empathy right now.
Yeah. Yep. Empathy is huge.
So I definitely encourage people who are passionate, want to do something for their community, learn about yourself as far as your skill level, your interests. You're learning something new.
Yep.
No cost.
Yep.
So definitely.
I think that's one thing that's like really cool about volunteering and important about volunteering is when you walk into a situation, even here, like especially here at the Rescue Mission, when you walk into a volunteer opportunity, I think coming in with the understanding that you are no better nor no worse than anybody else.
Y'all put your pants on the same way.
Yeah, we do.
All
and
of us.
Like my experiences in life may be different than your experiences in life, which I know that they are, which may be good morning, which may be very different than, one of the individuals that, is currently staying with us that calls Winchester Rescue Mission home. They may be very different circumstances, but there's some kind of shared experience, and my knowledge and my experience is just as valuable as theirs. And so when we walk in through these doors, whether you're staff, volunteer, resident, donor, supporter, just somebody, Brandon Thomas walking in, like, you've got innate value, and there's something to be said about your experience being shared with me, because you walk away better, smarter, more knowledgeable, more empathetic, more humble, something. You walk away better, and whether I'm receiving that or whether I'm, it's not transactional. It's not a transactional relationship. It's so relational when you're a volunteer or when you're doing, doing work in this industry. It's not transactional. We got it. I think that's an important thing.
Another aspect that you're bringing out is good morning. There are a lot of people right now who are living paycheck to paycheck, and maybe not paycheck to paycheck, and they're struggling, and you don't know when you might be that person.
Yeah.
You might be the one that, you have, God forbid, you have some kind of an emergency. Your house burns down. You didn't have insurance or, something. And you can, at a moment's notice, be in that position of needing the resources that are out here. So it's, count your blessings, share your blessings.
100%. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And add your blessings.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yep. I think so frequently we can distance ourselves like, well, I've never experienced homelessness, or, I don't have an issue with substance abuse. I've never done that. And we create almost the savior-like mentality, like, well,
it'll never happen to me.
And I think what we have to remind ourselves is like, this could be me, or this could be my friend.
I was going to say someone
This could be my colleague. This could be
my child,
my mom, my son, my daughter, my sister, my brother, my grandmother. We've seen that, and we have seen people who've thought that they never would have experienced this, and they are. And the second that we, as donor, as a volunteer, as a supporter, as a staff member, whatever it is, the second that we come in and we say, you're less than, is like, it creates this huge division, and it does not allow us to have the opportunity to see. It doesn't allow us the opportunity to give that person dignity and hope. Like the second that we do that, they can't we cannot see ahead. We cannot see anything better. And so I love that. That's my jam. Like, figure out what you're passionate about, pour into that, learn about that. And whether that's community paramedic, or working at a rescue mission, or, serving our government, our local or our state or national government, like whatever that looks like.
And can I add
that?
Can I add something that we were just involved in yesterday?
Yes, please. Loved it. Man, I loved it.
So
loved it.
In addition to being out here and helping and volunteering and being a part of this community, you have different organizations, the Community Foundation.
Yes. Love them.
Right? We also have the Nonprofit Alliance of the Shenandoah Valley. Correct?
Yep.
That they're able to put on training opportunities to help support and strengthen our nonprofits to be of what? To be more beneficial, more productive, how to market, right? How to get that information out there to the community. What else did you learn from yesterday? Met people, networked with others.
Yep. I loved it. So we went to the Nonprofit Alliance of the Northern Shenandoah Valley Symposium. It was over at Shenandoah University. So thank you, SU.
Yes.
I can't speak highly enough of SU. I'm alum and I love them. They do great stuff. So thanks, SU, for hosting us. And what it was is a handful of nonprofits from the surrounding area in our region really came together, and we were able to learn more about a lot of it was kind of about development and how to share our story, whatever our thing is. Again, if that's homelessness, if that's services, if that's food insecurity, and making sure that food is affordable. If that's the arts, we had Shen Arts out there. We had
Top of Virginia was out there.
Top of Virginia Regional Chamber was there. The Barns at Rose Hill, and I hope that I said that correctly. Actually, I was in
Laurel Ridge.
Laurel Ridge Community College was there. Valley Health, their foundation was there. A handful of other nonprofits that they each have their own thing, which I think speaks volumes of our community, because there's so many people who are very passionate about the work that we do in all areas that that our community needs. And so it was an opportunity to come together, to network, and to learn from some of the best,
Janet Michael,
leaders.
Yep.
And so we had the opportunity just to come together and sit and collaborate and learn. And
even the psychology of
that
was excellent to understand the psychology of a lot of what's involved with connecting with people, making those relationships to have that better understanding. I see you might have some additional people.
I see Mr. Bill Wiley.
So I could probably...
Man, I could sit here. Honestly, I could sit here and talk to you all day. And honestly, if you're just driving around and just
I have work to do.
Swing by.
I have some contacts.
No, this is work. This is work. We'll just call Chief John Henschel and say, listen.
I think you're going to get a visit from a couple of them in the office.
I heard them. I love Chief Henschel. I love Mr. Orndorff. I love Adam Still.
Right.
They really do great stuff. Oh, your fire department. I love everybody.
You mentioned Steele, right?
Yeah.
So as I'm out here, I'm able to, because I was involved in a lot of instructing and learning, taking classes and stuff. We're required to have continuing education classes.
Yeah.
So the other approach that I'm taking with meeting with these nonprofits is you have information that our EMS providers need. What, did I hit something?
Yeah, just keep going.
So the other thing is I met with the Laurel Center. I've met while I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
So I'm wanting to bring CCAP, Watts.
Yeah.
So we can have, there's another criteria, it's CE hours category 2 that all of this stuff would fit into. So our EMS providers are out here being educated of the different resources. So they're quickly identifying as well, making my job easier.
Yep.
But at that moment, because that might be that missed opportunity, right? That very moment that they're having that emergency call, having to respond, they can say, oh, I know of, here you go.
Yep.
So because to me, you don't want to have that missing link.
Yep.
You want to provide that information to all your people because you don't want someone to slip through the cracks.
Yep.
So
and so frequently, I
more
think
of us are gathering, more of the troops gathering together to prevent
100%. And I think
barrier.
being well educated about, while you all see an emergency, I think being aware of the other resources that are available outside of this emergency. So,
Rolodex.
Yeah.
There's that constant Rolodex going.
Yeah.
So,
and being well educated on that and being able to see yourself more as just an emergency, medical provider or transport. It's you are a part of somebody's life in an area that they have the most need. But I think seeing them as a human and them seeing you as a human, being like, man, Shannon, I love you and I care about you and there's something better for you. So
I can share stories with you.
Have you visited CCAP? Have you visited Watts? Are you familiar with the Laurel Center? Because they are going to be able to help you in ways that I myself am not able to.
Ride
but
to the
these
hospital
are my friends.
may be that separation that you just need.
Yep. 100%. Love it, man. We'll come back when you're driving by. Chief Henschel or whoever you direct to will not have a problem with it.
So you can validate my time here,
yes,
right?
Exactly.
It's been value.
You can just clock in and clock out on our iPad at the welcome desk. Shannon, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for doing this. This is great opportunity. You're getting a lot of people with the communication and talking and sharing stories. This is so crucial. I love you.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping this will be a great relationship down the road and in the future.
I know it will be.
Okay.
Thank you. It will be. Yep. Awesome. Thanks, Shannon, so much. Yep. Oh. All right. Who's been seeing us? Sam, I see that you hopped on, and welcome, Zachary, Kenny, Wanda, Shelby Bell. Hey, thanks for hopping on. Hello, Peggy. Good morning. And Analia. Good morning. We're happy to have you guys on. So again, that was Shannon. She is our Winchester City's community paramedic. She's also involved with Just Serve, which if you're interested in volunteering, really in our region, Just Serve, or in Chile, like she mentioned, or Switzerland. So if you find yourself out in South America or in Europe, go check out their website. It's a great way, kind of a one-stop shop for volunteer opportunities, which again is a great way to be involved and support your community in the ways that only you can with your with your own services, your own talents, your own callings, whatever your jam is. There is likely an area that you could use those talents in. Good morning, sir. Good to see you.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Is this working?
I hope so. We've had some issues. Good morning.
How are you?
I'm well. My hands are cold. Sorry about that.
They are cold.
Yeah, they're very chilly.
How long have you been out here?
5:30. Well, I got here, I guess, like right after 5, but I've been sitting here for the last 2.5 hours.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate what you're doing.
I'm going to need a cushion. But Hope you're all right.
This is very nice.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
For anybody who may be unfamiliar with who you are, you want to introduce yourself? Tell us a
Sure.
little bit about yourself.
Bill Wiley. I currently serve as the delegate for the 29th District, which includes Winchester, Frederick County, and parts of Warren.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm running for the 32nd District, which is, it basically moves away from Warren and it picks up more of Frederick County on the west side and then on the northeast side, Red Bud and Snowden Bridge area.
Mm-hmm.
So serve the state. I serve, of course, the constituents here in the Winchester area in Frederick County. Looking forward to re-election and, doing more good things for our area and helping out what you guys do. And certainly I appreciate what the Winchester Rescue Mission does in our community. And you're a huge piece to the puzzle and appreciate your service. So.
Yeah. Well, thank you. We really appreciate your support and appreciate you coming and sitting and having a conversation with us.
Yeah.
So what did you do prior? I'm new to this role. I've been with the Rescue Mission for some time, so I get to be the person that asks because I'm a little unknowing in some areas. So tell us a little bit about what you did prior to.
Sure. It's not a full-time job. This is a citizen legislative position.
Mm-hmm.
So I wear several hats, if you will. I've been in the construction and real estate industry for about 22 years. My wife and 3 boys, we live out in Apple Pie Ridge, out in northwestern part of the county.
Okay.
And I work for Howard Shockey and Sons. They're a general contractor just up the road from here.
Mm-hmm.
And work for them and business development. And I also do some real estate brokerage aside from my delegate duties. And then, of course, I have three boys, 17, 15, and 12. And we're busy with teenage world and activities and school stuff. So it's a busy time of the year.
Yeah, I imagine so. Yeah, you've definitely got your hands full. I have a 4.5-year-old little guy, and I just have one, and I feel like my hands are full, and I can't imagine.
It'll get more busy, so get ready.
Oh, fantastic! He just started t-ball this fall, and he loves it. He's a hoot, but I can't imagine. I grew up playing sports and multiple sports in one season, and I give mad props. I have so much respect for my parents now that I am a parent myself.
Keeps you honest.
It keeps me very honest and it keeps me very humble.
Yes, it does.
And practicing patience, which is not something that I would have ever thought that I had extensive amounts of, but here I am needing more and more of it. So, so what are some things, you've been in the area a while, you've served on city council and now in the role that you're serving in, and you do have, a good bit of experience and things outside of that. So what are things that you see in our area that are high need, or there's a high need to be addressed? Like, what do you think are some of the highest needs that our community has?
So good question. Our area, sometimes I believe in Richmond, we're kind of the forgotten child. I kind of call it the stereotype of the redheaded stepchild. And you can speak to a lot of things that involve that statement. One thing is 81. I-81, our interstate. I am serving on transportation. I also serve as a sub-chair and the chairman. That area is a huge issue. Not only is it such a costly endeavor to add a lane and improve safety and do other improvements on that highway, it is our artery. It is what we have to operate basically in commerce and bringing products in and taking products out and moving people where they need to go. So that is something I'm very passionate about. Not only 81, of course, other areas. Exit 317 just up the road from here is a bad intersection.
It's a tough spot.
It's a terrible location. And we're working diligently, not only on engineering work, but also trying to get monies to finish that project. So that's one area of need. And it doesn't have to just be necessarily vehicle transport. It's also, we're working with the airport on trying to expand their services because we feel that is a great economic catalyst for opportunities there. We also feel that, trying to help with people because we're trying to bring more people here, not so much as commuting. We want to get more people to work here local.
Yeah, live here, work here.
And so that kind of stems into the next thing is about supporting our economy local and helping people get jobs, helping businesses to expand, bringing in new business. And that's an area we want to continue serving. This area is a fast growing part of the Commonwealth. And we want to assist in making sure that is on the right path to offset the growth. We have to be cognizant and aware and promoting or promote more of opportunities with industry and commerce. So that's another area that I'm very passionate about. And certainly the community within, trying to help with people. You know, certainly with your situation, we want to work on the mental health issues.
Yeah.
And that's kind of part and parcel to working with the police, public safety folks, and helping people that are in need and getting them back in the right direction where they need to go. And certainly with mental health, it kind of limits what you can do there. Certainly, this is more of your world, but we have to be more cognizant, and we have to give more resources to that so that we can get those people in the right frame of mind, so that they can go and take the next step in life, you know, positively to where they need to be, whether it be getting a home, whether it be getting a job, you know, and helping them out. So areas within the community, that's very important to me. God, there's other things, of course, but you know, and just I think our area is very much a great asset to the Commonwealth for all the amenities and the great natural resources we have, and a lot of people are moving here for that reason now. With, you know, since COVID, people have realized that I don't have to work in a big office in downtown. I can work from my house and do virtual.
Yeah.
So that's opened opportunities, good and bad, but we need to accommodate that, and we need to find ways to help promote more of, you know, making Winchester the place to live, live, thrive, and raise a family. So we want to support that cause, but there's a balance in the process and how we go about doing that. So yeah.
So what are, I mean, you talked about supporting, you know, businesses and bringing more businesses to the area. Are there things that you see that, you know, just your average citizen can do? Like maybe they can't open a business, but what are, in your opinion, things that an average citizen can do to support, you know, making our area, the city, the county, our surrounding region, you know, a better living community, with better business, better finances? What are things that...
So we're logistically, I don't know if many people know this or not, but Winchester is strategically located on the eastern corridor, eastern seaboard. We are the midpoint. So that's the reason why you see a lot of logistic companies coming here for distribution, warehousing, and manufacturing and the like, because tractor trailers can deliver their product from this location to the southeastern area within a day's delivery, and they can do the other direction to New England in the same travel time. So this area is a place that is a hotspot for that. So with that, we have a lot of opportunities that kind of is built in and around that type of that industry or that sector. And there's opportunities for people that are unskilled to people that are skilled and doing either manufacturing work, working in mechatronics. I think that's the word. I can never pronounce the word, but it's working within manufacturing machines, and it's great high paying work. And then you can have people just to learn how to work around the warehouse and that sort of thing. But that's a huge industry right now, and that continues to grow, whether we like it or not. That's just where we are. I mean, I think a lot of people right now think that we should be a tech hub. It's just not there. The infrastructure is not there. So we need to do what we're good at, is what I believe in. And there's plenty of opportunity for that. And we need to continue supporting that cause. But a lot of industries sometimes don't want to locate here, whether it's the taxation, the corporate taxation, or you know, the collective bargaining is a concern here in terms of in terms of unionization of certain industries, and that's a concern from the state and the Commonwealth. We've been effective in keeping that at bay, but that's always knocking on our door. But I think there's a lot of opportunities in the manufacturing and warehousing sector that we need to continue supporting.
Yeah. And you said, you know, really emphasizing and focusing on what we're good at. So again, I'm the new person, and I'm stepping in a new role. And so for those of us who are also watching, what do you think our area is really good at? Like, what do you think makes our area? And
boy, that's a loud truck.
Yeah. And so what are we good at, and what do you think that we can continue to invest in? What are opportunities for growth?
Well, I still believe that, you know, just based on where we are and the natural resources and everything that we have to offer based on a day's drive, whether it's not even being in the manufacturing and warehousing business, but it's, you can drive to Northern Virginia and you can work, you can drive to the beach and be local. You can be in the mountains right down the street or in the valley and enjoy all the amenities. And I think that that's a huge asset. I think a lot of people are realizing you don't have to work in an office and live that 9-to-5 job and and be that kind of person. I think here you could work out of your house or work out of your location here in the city, and then you can be out in the water in an hour.
Yeah.
That's a huge asset to us.
Yeah.
And I think people are finally starting to realize that, or at least I think COVID kind of really pushed that to the forefront with people. So we need to find ways to benefit that for the community. And then the other thing is the affordability piece. I mean, this area, for what you can get for a house, granted, a lot of these houses are getting crazy in terms of pricing, but the affordability side of it, juxtaposed with what you see over the mountain, if you will, is a huge difference. And we want to help people and get them to understand that you can raise a family here. You can, the cost of living here is competitive. And so I think from a location and in terms of what we offer in terms of cost of living and in terms of what the opportunities are around here, I think there's great great avenues and opportunities for people to live. So
yeah, man, I love that. And a fun question, like what do you think is like, what is your favorite part of your job, of what you get to do? What would you say is like best thing?
Oh, that's a great question. So, going to my delegate world, people ask me that question, why do you do it?
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. It's not an easy job. It's work.
Yep.
I mean, when we have General Assembly, we have General Session, which is 60 days during budget season, which is coming up. And then we have 45 days in the off season, which we're in a biennial budget cycle. It's busy, and it's nothing for faint-hearted folks. You do it, and the reason why I do it, it's giving back. I've always believed that as a public servant. When I started serving on boards and commissions in the city and serving in the church and doing things, I also was a board member at the Museum of Shenandoah Valley.
Okay.
It's about service. It's about giving back. And when you give back, sometimes you get that thank you. Sometimes, if you help somebody as a delegate, whether it's an employment issue or whether they need service with VDOT or DMV or any other agency from the state level, that's what makes it fun for me, because I can have people that I helped out and then they look at me and they say, hey, thanks a lot. And then the other piece, which I think is vital for me, is the learning piece. If I'm not learning, I'm not enjoying my job. And with what's going on in the Commonwealth and the efforts that are behind that in doing my daily job as a delegate, the learning piece is huge. Every day I learn something new, and that is just great. So those are the two kind of cornerstones of why I do what I do.
Yeah.
So
I love it. I was talking to Shannon a little earlier, and I was at a symposium yesterday, and I had a conversation with somebody, and I said, if I can walk into a room and I feel like the dumbest person in there, like I almost get excited, because I'm like, man, I get to sit at a table in a room with people who are like brilliant and they know stuff, and I love that. Like I love, I think that's another reason that I really love this event, is because I get to learn from people who are experts in things that I will never be an expert in, but I get to learn from them, and I get to learn from the community, and I get to learn from my residents and have really cool conversations. And I think that's like what it's all about, is figuring out what we're good at, what we're passionate at, and learning from others, and leaning into others, and figuring out how we can do what we do best, and relying on
I mean, in my day job, construction, I get to go see how people make things. In the industrial sector, one of the sectors that we serve to build, I get to see how people, how the widget is made, if you will. And that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So that's another fun part of what I learned.
Man, I love it. I really do.
This has been great.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, thanks for coming
I have
by.
to actually head to Richmond right now, believe it or not.
Safe travels.
My day job, but I got to head down there for work, and I'll check in with everybody down there and make sure everybody knows that Winchester Rescue Mission is here.
Safe travels.
Service.
Are you going to the city, like the actual city? Okay.
Downtown.
Yeah, I grew up right outside of Richmond. I grew up in Mechanicsville, so you'll pass.
I know that area.
Right off right before you could get off on 295. Right. You just continue down 95. So I love it. I love that area.
Great area, and I appreciate you stepping up.
Yeah, man, I love it. Never saw myself in it, but I think a handful of our staff could probably say that.
Well, if you need anything, you know how to find me.
Yep, I appreciate it, sir. Yep. Well, thank you.
Nice to see you, and
so
thanks
much.
again for inviting me.
Yep,
God
certainly.
Bless.
Yep,
thank
you, sir. Safe travels.
All right.
Woo, we are rocking and rolling. We're like almost 3 hours into this. into this thing. Thanks everybody who has joined us so far, both in person and online. I'm seeing, again, Shelby, thanks for hopping on. Peggy, thank you. And Analia. Guys, we are rocking and rolling. Again, we've been in 3 hours, and we're going until about 10 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock, however long, until I lose my voice, everybody else loses their voice, or until we get shut down, one or the other. We've got a long ways to go. But I'm incredibly excited to spend the next handful of hours with you guys. Again, thanks again so much for joining us. A few different things that you can do. One, there is a QR code on the screen, so if you're watching, you can scan that QR code, because honestly, like, we cannot do what we do without financial contribution. So if you feel so compelled, please scan that QR code. You can also follow the link in our, I'm sorry, what? Okay, yep. So there's a link in the comments that you can follow and learn more information about us, figure out ways to give, and donate to us, because you make everything that we do possible. So thank you guys. And then swing by, have a conversation, or drop some comments in the comment section. We have a handful of some of the best staff in our area, including Janie Dickens Bowman, who's going to be joining us. Janie brought us Starbucks, so she, you're like number one in my book right now.
Hey, what's going on,
Janie,
girl?
thanks for joining us.
I went through the drive-thru. I had lots of choices, but I
Fantastic.
opted to go through Starbucks because Starbucks has been a good partner of ours.
Yes, they sure have.
They have surprised us many times.
Yep.
So,
They'll show up with balloons and coffee and fun snacks,
all
and
kinds of things.
smiling faces, which is
Yeah,
great. So
yeah.
thank you, Starbucks.
Yeah.
Janie,
Well, welcome and
yeah.
good morning, everybody.
Yeah. Introduce yourself and then tell us a little bit about what you got in your lap.
Okay. I'm Janie Dickens Bowman. Yeah, I'm one of those that has all those difficult names. And guess what?
Hyphen.
I have 2 daughters, and we saddled them with all those names. And they were really angry at their parents initially, because on standardized tests, it cuts off. So they never could have their full name on there.
So,
and they have their middle names too, when you factor in all those characters,
Yeah.
But anyway,
Love
go
it.
bold. They can,
why not?
Later in life, we told them, you can choose like Madonna or Cher.
Yeah.
Go be your own thing.
Do it.
You can just be Isabella. You can just be Olivia. It doesn't matter.
Go do your thing.
Yeah. So that's me. I've been around forever. I know it's hard to believe, but I've been around forever. And love this community. That's why we chose to move here. We grew up in West Virginia. Don't hold that against me. Love my state.
Wild and wonderful.
Well, love my university. A little iffy on my state, but you know what? I feel I'm a Virginian now. So there we go.
We'll take you in.
There we go.
We'll adopt you.
Yeah. So it's been a long time. So because I've had so much life experience and so much community involvement, that's why when I walk down the street and I see people and they're like, I recognize you, or I know you. And I'm like, oh yeah, you look familiar to me too. So anyway, that's all, that can be a real positive, for the most part. And so one of my journeys, most recently, was in retirement environments out at the village at Orchard Ridge. And so one of the things that I am most proud of from my time there is that I helped to start a volunteer group of residents. And I think we're going to have some representatives of them come by later today. But the word of the day, Lauren, is plarn.
Plarn.
What is plarn?
Plastic yarn.
You know what? That's why you're so smart.
This is why
and that's why you are in
yes,
leadership,
yes.
because you know these
because
things.
I can
Plastic yarn. And so that's what this is, folks. And so I just really want to stress the win-win-win situation of this group that got this crazy wild idea. They didn't invent it. It was an idea from other communities, but nevertheless, they made it their own.
Love it.
And it is recycling of all those gross, nasty, abundant plastic grocery bags. And what do you do with them? So they collect them, and they have this whole process of staging. and they turn them into plastic yarn, plarn, which they use a crocheting technique. And the first thing that they did was make plastic waterproof sleeping mats that are much bigger than this. And the whole premise was for folks that are experiencing homelessness and need to sleep on the street, and they might have a sleeping bag, but in bad weather, what's a little better protection than at least a little bit of a waterproof barrier to put their sleeping bag down, and then during the day they can string it out and it dries out, or they can hose it off and it cleans up. So that's what the premise was. And so they started making a lot of those, and they donated them to the Winchester Rescue Mission. They donated them to CCAP and lots of different other organizations that helped those experiencing homelessness. And then it kind of grew into other kinds of things. And several years back from this bench event, sitting actually right over there on that little hillside, Brandon got gifted a big mat, and he was so taken with the idea that he put it down on his office floor.
I can recall.
And folks came in and they said, "Oh my gosh, where did you get that really cool hip happening rug?"
Yep.
And so it has grown into, these can now be multi-purposed into rugs, into protection mats in your car mats. A lot of folks can take these to the beach and use them as like a beach mat, because they're easy. You stand up, shake it off, and shake out the sand. And then, and I dropped it, so excuse me.
Yep. Hey Sam, do you want to come model this?
Another really cool thing that our plarners have done is they have turned this into a tote bag. Look, a tote bag of different sizes. There's little ones, there's big ones, there's all kinds. And I will tell you, I was very blessed last year to go on a nice family trip where we went through several airports, and I took mine, and I got stopped in 3 different airports by complete strangers to say, where did you get that? What is that? What's that made out of? It's plarn. Well, they didn't necessarily say that, but anyway. Yeah.
I love it. Awesome.
But nevertheless, isn't it awesome? Yeah.
Thanks.
So here we are. And so after several years of support that the plarners at the Village at Orchard Ridge have been so faithful to the mission, we have experimented a little bit with our donor platform auction feature. So now, for a limited time only, we have several of these items. We have 2 big rugs, and we have a small mat, and we have 2 tote bags on our site that we hope will get into a bidding war to help supply some extra funds for the Winchester Rescue Mission. So we just really want to drive you to look at these cool items and ask for more information, and challenge yourself to appreciate what plarn is. That it's a recycling effort. It's a bonding community effort for retirees out there that do all kinds of fun things together. And it's doing something that's really purposeful for somebody else. It's turning trash otherwise into a treasure, for somebody else. So that's really what we're after. So I'm really excited for my friends to come later today to talk about this a little bit more. But I really just encourage everybody to please go and check out the link and look at the fun pictures. And if you want to swing by and actually feel and touch the plarn, we're more than happy, to do that. So
can you, when they come, can you reach out to them ahead of time and see if they can bring, can they show us how they create it?
Well, they can, and they'll talk about that process, because there's a multi-step process in this that takes a lot of folks. I mean, when I was out there and developing that program, it was about 50 residents were involved at collecting the plastic bags, and they flatten them and they cut them.
You gotta cut them,
and
you gotta hook
them. They turn them into these big balls of plastic yarn, and then they hook them which is a crocheting technique.
Yeah, you gotta
Lauren.
hook it.
So we gotta hook it.
Yeah,
you gotta hook it, and we'll learn more about that later.
Do you have
but
any comments?
Yes, so. Okay, well, I will tell you, I know this. For a large 3x6 traditional sleeping mat, which sort of is like a sleeping bag size, it takes over 800 plastic grocery bags. So that's the ones from Walmart, the ones from Martin's, the ones from Target, the ones from Dollar General, because the ladies love to use brightly colored ones.
Yeah, the blue's cool.
Yeah, so blue and yellow and gold and, all those different colors, but they all go in to serve the purpose. So, yeah, absolutely. So, it's fun stuff.
I'm excited to have them here this afternoon. And
absolutely.
Show us what it takes.
And you'll hear more from me later. I got lots of topics.
To say.
I can always talk.
Yeah.
I can always talk.
Well, that's a gift,
so.
Janie.
Thank you, Lauren, for recognizing my gifts. You're exactly right. The gift of gab. As one of my former coworkers used to say, they said, Janie, you could talk to a paper bag. Well, in modern times, I could talk to a plastic bag.
Exactly.
Look at that.
Look at you.
Yeah, I can just talk to anybody.
Just come full. Or 800.
800. You're exactly right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Man, I love it.
Yeah.
Really, you're...
Yeah. And on a more serious note, I will tell you, I had a conversation just last night, life experiences. God puts things in your path. I had a very sobering call from a family member yesterday about something, and it just reminded me that, and sort of my other sort of motto for today is blood doesn't always make family. So family is formed from a lot of different relationships and opportunities, and I think God puts different people in our path. And you don't always have to be blood related to somebody to feel like they're your family or that they truly are your family. And I really think much that comes out of the Winchester Rescue Mission has a lot to do with that, that you're not blood related, but you become family because you're connected and you form bonds. And those relationships are very important. God did not create humans to be by ourselves. We are a communal being, and that's what we need to do. Even if we're not alike, and even if we don't have much in common, we still have the fact that we can share love and support and respect and camaraderie for each other. So that's kind of my message.
Yeah,
and you're like queen of that.
Hey, thanks,
about
Janie.
The privilege to serve others, and that's that's I think what we do.
It really is an honor, and I love this
Absolutely.
community. I love this organization. I love these people, including you, Janie. So thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Thanks for all you do. You really are.
Thank you very much. And I'm like that proverbial shiny penny. You can't get rid of me. You never know where I'll turn up, and I'll turn up again later today. All righty, dear. Anything else?
Janie.
Call out. Who else? We need. Come on, folks.
Yeah.
Come on down.
Yeah.
Come on down. Now's your chance. Come on down.
Yep. We'd love it.
All right.
Awesome.
What do you
Janie.
need? You need more people.
Yeah. Sam,
and we're going to have more staff, right?
We're gonna have more staff joining us here in a little while. We'll have some of our current residents and some of our guests and our volunteers swing by. If you're watching, there's another staff member and potentially my offspring is probably in that vehicle. So, so I think if you're watching, come join us. Come sit down, have a conversation. Even if you're in Alabama, drive up, come visit us.
Or West Virginia.
Or Williamsburg. I've got some family in Williamsburg who are watching.
Absolutely.
So, we'd love to
come on down.
Love to have you.
And check out the site, and please go to our little auction. And check out the Plurn items and see what might strike your fancy.
Yeah.
All right. I'll catch you later.
Thanks, JDB.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Awesome. Sam, you want to come join us? Guys, I'm so excited to introduce you to Sam Rogers. He's one of our newest team members.
Yeah. Hey.
And you have the privilege of
having your old job. Yeah. Right?
Of working with our volunteers and overseeing community engagement.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I'm here working with community engagement, coordinating our volunteers, and helping people get plugged into all the different ways that they can partner with what we're doing here.
Yeah. And I think a huge part of your job is, I think, educating the community, which you're great at. I think your charisma and your and your ability to like deliver a message of love and empathy and respect to our community is huge.
Yeah.
So how long have you been officially part of our team?
A little over a month now,
Okay.
I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
It's gone very quickly because the
Yeah.
work is exciting and I love it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to say about 5 weeks probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're stoked to have you part of it. And what do you do? Because you're here with us part time. What do you do outside of that? I'm sure not much.
No, right. Not much at all. So yeah, well, I've lived in Winchester about 5 years now. We moved here from Toledo, Ohio. If any of you Ohioans are out there watching.
Okay.
But yeah, been about 5 years. I pastor a local church here in town. It's actually a network of house churches.
Okay.
We have 3, one here in Winchester, one in Englewood, and one in Stephen City. Have 5 kids, all in the city schools.
Yeah.
So that keeps me and my wife pretty busy.
Very busy.
And then I also do some other work around town. I've recently just started as a volunteer chaplain with the City Fire and Rescue.
Yep.
And we might be expanding that to some other departments as well. So that's just getting started, but have really enjoyed the bit that I've already done with that.
Yeah.
Just really important work. Yeah, and volunteering some other ways around town. So not only am I coordinating volunteers here for the rescue mission, but I myself volunteer at a few other organizations around town and trying also get out there and serve. But yeah, between the rescue mission and pastoring alone, that keeps me.
And then add on 5 kids.
Right.
And,
right.
Yeah. You like just life. Yeah.
Right.
You got.
So I'm pretty active.
Yeah. Love it. What do you think, like one thing that if people need to know something about the rescue mission, what do you think that would be?
Yeah, I think like what has just really struck me even since starting here is how focused it is on really building relationships. And that's such as something that, relationships is a good word and everyone likes to use it. But I think we all know that not always is that actualized in culture, right? And so, when I tell people what it's like to come and work at the rescue mission, it's like working in a big house with family, right? And that's not just family, the staff. That's family, all of our residents, all of our volunteers. And so, yeah, that's the one thing I would say is, a lot of people talk about relationship. As somebody new to the organization, I can tell you it's true.
Yeah.
We don't just say it. It's actually a real part of what we do here. And, when we talk about really coming alongside everyone, no matter where they're at in their life, what the situation is, as an equal, as a peer, as a person of equal dignity, I really believe it's something that we really have.
Yeah.
Not just something we're striving for, but it's something we actually do have already here in the work that we do.
Yeah.
And we're continuing to improve that every day, I believe.
Yeah. I think that's great. I think seeing everybody with their own individual value that they have, and it looks different for everybody of where they currently are, but I think seeing the value that every individual that walks through our doors, no matter if they find themselves in need of housing, in need of food, if they're staff, if they're volunteers, they're a donor, whatever the case may be, I think when they walk through our doors, honoring that person individually, I think it's huge.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, Sam, thanks so much for joining our team. Thanks for everything that you do, not only here, but in our community, and the impact that you make, and the way that you serve and you love others, and the way that you serve and love God. We're stoked to have you part of this team, and you'll hear more from Sam in a little while. Oh, last question.
Yeah.
What is one way, a big part of what you do is you involve volunteers. What's the best way for somebody to volunteer with Rescue Mission?
Yeah, somebody who wants to get started with volunteering, I host at least one orientation night a month, and you can find those on our website. That's really the best way to, if you can, come in to an orientation night. We spend about 5 or 10 minutes talking about the facilities and the services, and really the rest of the time trying to understand the culture and why we do what we do, and how we're treating people with respect and dignity and worth. And acclimating people to the culture that we're establishing and continuing to just strive for here. So that's the best way. If for some reason, though, I would always encourage somebody, if what I have scheduled for orientation night is not working, like please reach out to me
Yeah.
directly. My email's on the website right there on the same page.
Yep.
And if somebody wants to get connected with us, I will make it happen.
You'll figure out a way.
I
love it.
I will figure it out.
Yep.
And the link's on the site. Yep.
So links on the site and in the comments.
Already got those orientation nights scheduled. That's the easiest and best way, but don't let that stop you if you really want to get partnering with us.
Yeah.
Reach out to me and I'll make it happen.
Yeah. Love it. Awesome. Well, Sam, we'll invite you back on the bench, and we'll hear more about what you do and what Rescue Mission's all about.
Sounds great.
Awesome. Cool.
All right.
Thanks, Sam. Appreciate
Thanks.
it. Woo. And our youngest guest is getting ready to come over here. This is one of my favorite people. What's up, man? How are you? Thank you.
That's for me.
That's
and
from
Papa.
And you and Papa?
And that's for you.
This is probably for the Rescue Mission, isn't it?
Yeah, it's for you and the Rescue Mission.
Yeah. Okay. What's your name?
Fletcher.
Okay. And so that really cool camera over there, some of our friends are watching us. And so Fletcher, how old are you? You're 4? No way, man. And you got to stay with Grandma and Papa last night?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool, man. Well, I'm excited to see you. I'm excited to have you. What are you on your way to go do?
Go to school.
Go to school, man. Cool. Well, thanks for supporting us, buddy. Thanks for your lots of money. We appreciate it. Did you make this? Did you make this money?
No.
Oh. Oh, okay. Thanks, man. We appreciate it. I love having you here with us. And you've helped out in our kitchen before, haven't you? Have you served dinner with us before?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My God, 1,000 times.
Like 1,000 times? You've been here a handful of times, buddy. So, well, cool. Well, thanks for hanging out. What you got with you?
Race car.
Do you know the name of this race car? This is one of our favorite things, is reading out what race car it is. This is a twin mill. Twin mill. Is that a fast car? That's a loud truck, huh?
Yeah.
What was that one? You know what kind of truck that was?
No.
Yes, you do.
F-150.
An F-250 Super Duty. Yep. It's a little bigger than Mama's truck, ain't it? Yeah. Cool. Because it helps people who are watching us live hear me and all the very important things that I have to say. Yeah. Well, buddy, I hope you have a great day at school. Okay. Thanks for coming and hanging out and supporting me. I love you. You can actually give that to Mr. Sam back there if you want. Yeah, that. Yep.
Is that for you?
Well, it's not actually for me. It's for the Rescue Mission.
This is for you and the Rescue Mission.
Oh, okay. All right. Then I'll just hang on to it, buddy. Thank you so much. Well, I hope you have the best day at school. What are you most excited for at school today? Playing with your friends, seeing your teacher. What is it? All of the above? No. Here, I gotta hang on to this.
What?
What's your favorite part about school today? Well, we can hear you.
Well, I want to try that.
Well, yeah. Well, if you just talk into it, we can hear you.
I want to try.
Well, you are. We can hear you.
No, I want to
Okay.
do that.
All right. I love you so much.
After you do that.
It's nothing to do. You just hold it. Mama's gonna hold it. Okay.
But what about me?
Well, you get to hold your car. All right, buddy. I love you so much.
I want to try that.
Well, you're gonna be late for school. You can't be late for school. I can't be late for work. You can't be late for school. Maybe you can come hang out with me this afternoon. Maybe this afternoon, okay?
Can I try that?
Not right now, okay? All right, man. I love you so much. You've got a lot of cars to go see. Maybe you, on your way to school, you keep track of how many trucks you see and then let me know, okay? Can you do that? Thanks, man. I love you.
But
Thanks
I want to stay with you.
I know it. I would love to stay with you, but Mom's got to work and you get to learn.
I thought you were going.
Look at these guys. Who's across the street from us? Do you know who those guys are? Police officers. Where's their police car? You see it over there? That's pretty cool, huh? You can go ask them really cool questions if you want. Okay. All right, bud. I love you. Mwah. I hope you have the best day at school. Okay. Go ask them all the cool questions about their car. Okay.
I don't want to.
Man, I love you. How about I get up and I walk you back? Sound good?
What?
Cool. You want to sit and chat and entertain the mic for just a little bit, and I'm gonna get you back in the truck or back in the car, Grandma's car, to get you to school. Sounds good? Let's go. Cool.
All right. See you, buddy. Yeah, so we'll continue here in just a moment as I think those of us who have kids can all relate to Lauren, and it's wonderful when a boy wants to stay with his mom, right? No one can blame him for that. So if you're tuning in now, we just really appreciate you taking this time and just tuning in with us. Really, again, as Lauren said many times, I'm sure, we're going to be here all day long, just having really important conversations about some of the biggest issues that face our community. And having that conversation with everyone, right? Community leaders, city leaders, and regular people like myself and maybe you. So thanks for being here this morning, and I hope you guys continue to tune in with us all day long as we go. And again, as I was saying just a moment ago, if you would like to get more involved, there's so many different ways you can get involved in supporting the work of the rescue mission, whether it be through donating your time, donating material goods, money, anything like that is always a help. And there's so many different ways. And when you reach out to us, we'd love to talk to you about different ways that you can do that and just support the important work that's happening in our community, because there are people that need help, right? We all need help in different ways. And so we want to be available to make that help happen. So, yeah. It's starting to warm up outside, I think, right, Brian? As I said just a moment ago, I'm from Ohio, so I'm acclimated a little bit differently. This feels like a warm autumn morning for me, so I'm enjoying the slightly cooler weather than what we've been experiencing here for a while. But again, if you're out and about today, we'd love to have you walk down, talk with us. Just have a conversation. If maybe the topics that we're discussing, issues of homelessness, mental illness, addiction, and other matters like that, maybe these are issues that you're not very familiar with. What are the causes? How do people find themselves in situations like the ones that we're describing? Continue to tune in, come down, have a conversation with us today about those things, because one of the ways that we can help support the people around us is to make sure that we're informed of what is really happening and where people are really finding themselves. The more that we understand people and where they're coming from, the more that we can connect with them, relate with them, and help them, right? And even in our own lives, when you think about it, in order for someone to really help anybody, it starts with understanding, it starts with compassion, and it starts with a listening ear, a patient listening ear. And so that's what we're hoping to foster today in these conversations. Is we're hoping to just encourage one another to take a moment to listen, understand, to see really what's going on in the lives of people around us and how we can support one another in community. So we're glad that you're here with us this morning. Glad that you're tuning in today. Encourage other people maybe that to tune in. And again, we're down here on Cameron Street. If you don't know where the rescue mission is, or you haven't been here before, it'd be a great day to stop by and see us. We're just up the street from the courthouse on Cameron. And we're here. We're here ready to talk all morning long. And another thing I encourage you to think about, as we talked about just a moment ago, is the silent auction that we're running all day long. This is a fun, auction that we're, have these really wonderful, creative items made out of plastic yarn, right? There's different bags and mats created by these wonderful ladies, and it's a really creative, very, very fun items, but it's also a great way to support the work of the rescue mission and get something cool at the same time. So, the links for the silent auction are in the comments. They're in the comments there, and you can go and bid on that. I believe the bidding goes all the way through Sunday evening. So plenty of time for you to fight over those items. Fight respectively, of course, as pleasantly as you can during an auction. But it's a great way to support us. And there's other ways that you can donate and give to the work of the rescue mission. As I said just a moment ago, whether it be your time, your skills, material goods, all kinds of things. We're always posting things on our social medias about different urgent material needs that we have. A lot of operational things that are always good to donate and give. And so just be in the habit of checking our social media, our website, other things like that. We try and keep everybody informed on just different ways that you can partner with us. And there really are so many ways that you can do that. So I believe that Lauren is back, so I'll be walking her back to the bench in just a moment. And she's doing a great job. And I think everybody Lauren knows that she really is a great asset to the team, and we're really happy to have her. And so here she is. The moment you've all been waiting for, the return of Lauren. Here she is. Yeah.
That just sounds really cringy. The moment you've all been waiting for. Yikes! It is not my return. I had to. So obviously I've been here since about 5:30 this morning, and I have a 4.5-year-old little guy who is on his way to daycare, on his way to school this morning, and so I've got some great help who helps me get him to school and helps me out with him. So, and then, I mean, I'm 3.5 hours into this and about 2 cups of coffee in. So I needed a restroom break as well. So I'm glad to be back, glad to be joining you guys. I'm looking as to who is watching right now. If you guys want to hop in and say who's here. I see Angela, you started joining us. Jonathan, Stephen, and Allison. Thanks so much. I think it's almost colder now than it was at like 5 o'clock this morning. Is anybody else like a little chillier? Like I'm like, I don't know if this is the coffee. I'm hoping not, because that's a dangerous sign. I'm like, it's only coffee and I think cold. So we're excited. I'm excited to be back with you guys, and 2 of our favorite guys in the community are here, and I will let them introduce themselves. Feel free to have a seat, guys. Watch out with coffee.
Sorry, we got gun belts on and everything
Yeah,
else.
no,
So
it's
we
all right.
apologize
Yeah,
there,
we're
Lauren.
just one big happy family.
That's right. That's right.
That's it. So introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about what y'all do.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm Corporal Morris, and I'll let Nixon introduce himself. I'm on the community response team. Been a officer for upcoming 13 years with Winchester PD. Been on the community response team for 3 years, about 3 years. And I just took on the role of our addiction response officer under the CRT umbrella back in, I guess it was the first of the year.
And I'm Corporal Nixon with the Winchester Police Department, also with the community response team. I've been with the department almost 15 years. Been on the community response team since, I believe, 2016. But shortly right after I got on the team, I was actually assigned to the drug court, the Northwest Regional Adult Drug Treatment Court. I'm one of the surveillance investigators for that program, which partners with Winchester, Frederick, and Clark County with the most high-risk, high-need folks in addiction. And I also have a partner, Deputy Greg Lambert, with the Frederick County Sheriff's Office. But I work also with Nate as well, with his new position, to try to help get him on his feet, which is doing a great job.
Awesome. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for what you do for this community. Thanks for your service. How did you guys get into this? So obviously you guys have been in law enforcement for a handful of years. How did each of you get here?
Oh, geez. So CRT is a position you have to apply for. I think I applied for it 2 or 3 times before I ended up getting that position, just based on staffing shortage and just kind of the way the PD was going at that time. A lot of my peers that I admire through my career became CRT officers, and that's how I got involved with it. Plus, I always enjoy getting out in the community. When I worked nights for 7 years, that was one of my more fond memories, I guess, of night shift, was getting out and talking with the community, especially troubled areas of the city, and just seeing the common, I guess, problems that they're facing within the community and addressing that accordingly. So that's how kind of I got involved with our community response team.
Yeah, love it.
For me, same thing. I applied for the position. The team was pretty small when I first put in for it. Again, with staffing issues and other issues, it took me a good 1.5 years before I finally got on the team. And when I got on, it became more of of specialty based program or team where we would have officers assigned to different like agencies, or like we'd work with city hall, zoning, building inspectors. We also were the kind of like the uniform presence of the drug task force. So when they needed us, so it was a kind of multifaceted type enforcement. And then I got assigned to the drug court. Former Major Kelly Rice said that she wanted me to try the drug court program. I went through all the training and got federally certified to be an investigator for drug courts. And I haven't looked back since. I mean, I've been doing it, and we're investigating or keeping up with our. Right now, we have 26 in our program between Winchester, Frederick, and Clark.
Yeah.
And so far, we are actually on pace to still have a better success rate than any other drug court in Virginia.
Yeah, guys, that's incredible. And Corporal Morris, you and I, and a handful of our program staff are frequently in contact.
Absolutely.
And so what about your job makes, like, what is that relationship that you feel like the rescue mission plays a role in with you and what you do and with what the police department itself does?
It definitely gives that hope.
Yeah.
That place to stay, a comfortable place to stay, resources. That was always a big thing as younger in my law enforcement career was, hey, what resources do we have to offer? And now 13 years later, I cannot believe the amount of resources within the city of Winchester, the rescue mission being a huge role in that.
Yeah.
And I know I probably annoy you the amount of times I call you in a week.
Never. Never.
I call you a lot. I call Brandon, Rachel. I call you guys a lot.
Yeah.
And you always have some form of an answer. If your beds are full, you always direct me in another way I can go. And that's a huge help. I don't think you guys realize how much of a huge help that is. And just getting those resources out there amongst other entities within the city. Collectively, it's always a huge help. The more I have, or the more we have to offer to people, the better chance we have them, getting them help.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you, and so you guys are part of the CRT team. There's a lot of acronyms, CRT, CIT. And we talk about that a good bit. So can you explain what a CIT team is?
CIT is our crisis intervention team, and then CRT is our community response team.
Okay.
And we're, myself and Nixon, the drug court, the addiction response officer. We have a sergeant, Chris Ivins, and we have another officer we just got, Officer Rice, who worked in the schools for a number of years, and he's finally came over. And then Officer Lehman, he's our downtown mall officer, and then we have a warrant officer, Officer Beatty.
Okay.
So it's a team that's growing back to its original strength. We different parts of the city, whether it's your downtown mall officer, your warrant officer, you have Officer Rice, myself, Nixon. We just respond to different community problems and throw all the resources at it that we possibly can.
Yeah.
In an attempt to fix it long term, not short term. If there's a problem that arises, we want to address it quickly, but we also want to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah.
Probably the best ways to describe it, and in a nutshell, is what we do. And it was actually founded by Captain Stottlemyre and our former officer Danny Mowry. And the best description of what we do is we handle the chronic problems of the city that patrol doesn't have the time or resources to handle. So they need to be free so they can answer to the immediate call, and which we do as well. We assist patrol with anything they need. But if there's a chronic problem in the city that requires attention and many different resources or different avenues of enforcement, they call us.
Yeah.
Because we have the time and the ability to be able to handle it.
Yeah. I think you guys are a huge asset, and again, we kind of talk about like a puzzle piece, and you guys are a huge piece in that puzzle. Another favorite acronym is an ECO and a TDO. There's all these things. So can you guys explain what an ECO and a TDO is and how we use that?
So ECO is your emergency custody order. Obviously, we would respond. You have your paper ECOs that somebody else can obtain from the magistrate's office, and then you have your paperless ECOs. We deal more, I'd say, we deal with them both a lot on a daily basis. Paperless ECOs more so. That's something we usually obtain. We respond to somebody who's in crisis. We deem that they meet the criteria to go to the hospital. At that point, we would take them into custody. They are not in any kind of trouble at all. unfortunately, it's a court ordered paper eventually once we get them there. It's paperless in the beginning, and then it turns in, we get the ECO issued. We take them to the hospital and line them up with treatment through crisis care or Northwestern.
And it's a civil document. It's not a criminal document. It's a civil paper service, whether it's paperless or paper. It's just a service of where we're taking them to get evaluated at that point.
Yep.
And then for the TDO, it's a temporary detention order. Your ECOs usually turn into that. And hopefully it's more of a long-term, which turns into more of long-term treatment for mental health or whatever crisis they're going through at that time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good stuff. There have been a handful of times where I think we will end up calling you guys and saying, hey, we're dealing with this situation. Is this grounds for an ECO? So can you explain what those grounds are?
So when we typically respond to incidents like that, it would be somebody who's wanting to cause harm to themselves, or others, any suicidal, homicidal ideations. At that point, through interviewing with them, and we're all, for the most part, at Winchester PD CIT certified, which that acronym again is Crisis Intervention Team. We go through 40 hours of training for that, and that kind of gives you the resources that you need to talk to people that are going through crisis to determine whether you believe that they meet that ECO criteria, or you can oftentimes talk to them and ask them if they want to go to the hospital themselves voluntarily. And that way you don't need to go through that ECO process. And we do provide that ride to the hospital, make sure they get there safely, and have that conversation with them, either the ride there or why they're at the hospital, and let them know that they need to stay and get the treatment that they just to get themselves right.
Yeah, that they need. And Nixon, you mentioned that you are part of the drug court.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
can you explain a little bit about that? And then I know that we've kind of restarted or started back up again the Substance Abuse Coalition meetings there at the PD. So
Yes,
can you
ma'am.
explain drug court and your role in that, and why that's beneficial, and what the vision is for that? That's a lot. And then I'll just keep going, and you guys will just be here until 10:30. And then what the relationship looks like, and like why we've started with the Substance Abuse Coalition, and who's in those conversations in that room.
Okay. As far as drug court, there are now over 40 drug courts in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We actually kind of spearheaded this. I think in 2016 was our first docket. And we had two circuit court judges between the late Randy Bryant, and Judge Alexander Iden. And we went through all this training, got federally certified in Lynchburg through NADCP to start up our drug court. And basically what it is, it's almost like it's not a last chance effort, but it's usually your folks that they are usually in prison or in jail. Most of them have multiple years of time hanging over their head, and most of their crimes are addiction based. Most of them are due to their addiction, and it's to fuel their addiction. And what we do is a person, if they want drug court, and what drug court is it's just a lot of supervision. It's not simple probation. If we do have a probation officer assigned directly to our drug court participants, but they will have their own personal police officer, sheriff's deputy, have two judges, 3 Commonwealth attorneys, and Northwestern. They actually provide all the inpatient treatment or outpatient treatment for them. It's extremely intense. You pull them out of jail, you put them into at least it's I can't remember how much it is, but at first it's like around 9 to 12 hours of treatment per week.
Wow.
Where it's intense. It's a reprogramming. It's trying to get them to where we're getting to the core issues of their addiction. And then on top of it, adding all the supervision of intense probation, as well as having law enforcement officers come into their house and be able to search them at any time, drug screen them at any time. They're an open book. They have no expectation of privacy. It starts off extremely intense. There's 5 phases. Usually the program runs between 18 and 24 months. We have had clients last over 36 months.
Wow.
And it's okay. Whatever the pace is to get someone on their feet, we have no problem with it. One of the biggest things I learned with drug court, I mean, it's extremely intense. It's a lot of investigations. It's like being a personal detective to right now 27 folks between 3 jurisdictions. My role is basically surveillance, investigations. Of course, if there's any crime committed by any of our participants, of course, I'm the one that's going to enforce any of that based upon our jurisdiction. If it's in Frederick County, of course, Deputy Lambert will take care of it. City of Winchester, I will. And we're also both sworn with the Virginia State Police. So that way we're able to go into Clark County. But we report everything we find directly to the circuit court judges every Tuesday. Everything we find, whether good, bad, indifferent, that's our job, is to report it. And I have a ton of reports that I do that I give to our drug court coordinator, the probation officer, and of course, everyone in our team gets a copy of it, and they get to see exactly what they see, what our side, everything we're surveilling, everything we observe that the person's doing. But one of the key points, I could talk all day about drug court, and I don't want to bore you, but a lot of things
You won't bore me. I'm for it. I'm all about it.
It's a good program. We always tell them that one of the old probation officers that started with us, Barbara Williams, she was fantastic. She was our drug court probation officer. She said recovery it's an inside job. So if it's not in here, it's not going to work. A lot of our folks, they'll tell you, I'm doing this program to get out of jail. But somewhere along the line, we're looking for the switch to turn to where they're like, you know what, this actually works. I enjoy being in recovery. I like recovery-based events. I like, being clean and sober. I like being back with my family. I like having my kids back. But a lot of people look at the monetary thing. And this is one of the things that if you ever want to hit anybody home and they want to be a seller of drug court, every participant in drug court in the Commonwealth of Virginia saves taxpayers $12,000 a year over incarceration. Every single one in 1 year saves $12,000.
Yeah.
So if not for any other reason, I mean, you're not arresting your way out of this problem.
Yeah.
I've been doing this for 15 years and I've arrested a lot of people. It's a cycle. So if we can help maybe 30-40% of them to make that turn to where they break that chain, it's worth it.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I love that, guys. I feel like so much of what you do is not just law enforcement. I think that it's advocacy and seeing people as people. And like you said, I mean, you can't arrest your way out of you can't put people in jail and just the light's going to switch automatically. I think that it's consistent showing up by multiple avenues, whether it's you guys, it's other first responders. If it's us, if it's just people in the community, I think advocating for them and saying, hey, we're in your corner and we got your back, and there's resources, and these are the resources, and these are the people that you should know. And
Yes,
I love that you guys are part of everything that we do, and love to have you guys in and around what we're doing here.
We appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You guys don't realize how much of a resource and a help you are to this community. It's amazing.
Yeah.
You do a great job.
Yeah. Well, guys, thank you. We love having the opportunity to work with y'all.
Absolutely.
So much.
Ma'am.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, the guys, thank you. Appreciate it. And I see another Winchester police officer representative is with us. That's it. Oh. Yeah.
Thank you, Lauren.
Awesome, guys. Thanks so much. We appreciate it, and I look forward. Will both of you all be at the meeting early tomorrow morning? Awesome, cool. Well, I look forward to seeing you again 2 early mornings with 2 of Winchester's finest officers. Awesome, thanks, guys. We appreciate it so much. I think what we do is incredibly important, work, and y'all support helps make that happen. And supporting our law enforcement is huge. Winchester City PD is incredibly great to us. We've got a great relationship with them, with Chief Behan, with our CRT, CIT officers, and even our officers on patrol. So if you're watching or if you get wind of this, guys, thank you, guys and gals. Thank you guys so much. I actually had the opportunity to do a ride along with one of our officers, and it was really incredible. I really appreciate the work that they do, and I encourage us to be supportive of them as well, because they are a huge piece into keeping our community safe and healthy and progressive. And so we're really just so incredibly grateful for them. Looking at some of the comments, guys, my phone's gonna die here soon, just keeping this live stream up, but I love to see everybody hopping on. Melissa, thanks for joining us. JDB, I think you're in the office right now, but thanks for joining us live again. Kim, Karen, thank you guys. Jeremy, James, and Ruthie, thank you. Lisa Hyde, I see that you were watching, so thanks for joining us. Lisa is also involved with Winchester PD, and she's a great supporter of the mission. So thank you guys. Lisa, if you're around, and anybody else who's watching, please feel free to come by, sit down, and have a conversation with us. Brandon Thomas is back, and he's making his
Stuffing my face.
way. Yeah. I thought that, was it Shannon that got us those? And Officer South is still here, but I thought that she said that she was going to bring donuts, and I said, Shannon, it's awfully convenient that the police officers are showing up when you bring donuts.
Arrive.
But I love them, and I so I feel like I can't actually make that joke because I think it's a stigma.
It is. It's not true.
Is it not?
It is not true. On behalf of my friends,
yep,
in blue, it is not true.
I think we should
that
bring
with a straight face.
Well, welcome back to the bench.
So, what's been your favorite part today so far?
I think I really enjoyed the conversation that we just had with Morse and Nixon, and I think, and then Shannon, our community paramedic. You know, those guys represent our first responders, and they are dealing with like the true emergencies that our community faces, and seeing how they work to not only just see the emergencies, but see the person, and whether they're part of our CRT, our community response team, or drug task force, or in drug court. I think seeing them as people who are advocates for this community, I think is one of my favorite things. And honestly, my Fletcher came by and
that's always helpful, right?
Said hey, yeah. And I think I might be he didn't mind being in front of people, and I had a hard time getting him out. So I feel like maybe one day he'll do this thing and
sit on the bench for 24 hours.
Yeah. So he can just take my job one day, maybe.
Awesome. So a big part of our goal in doing this is to raise money, right?
Yes.
And
big
so
fundraiser.
what's our goal today of money to raise?
$22,000.
22,000.
Historically, we have done it, and so I have faith that we can continue.
Historically, we've done 24, but I think to have 24, you have to be able to stay on the bench for 24 hours.
Are you saying that I cannot stay on the bench for 24 hours?
I'm just saying, when I ran the show,
all that to say,
it was a 24-hour event.
Listen, I'm a highly competitive person. I'm an empath. I care about what we're doing, but I'm also competitive. So help me out in my competitive side and make sure that I get to our goal, so that I can't say that I beat you, but say that I told you so. I can do it.
What should the trade-off be? Like, if you can reach 24,000 before 10:30 tonight, you get to go home. But if you don't get to 4,000, you got to stay 24 hours.
I previously you could say this, but I get to be the boss now. So I can do what I want. You have no. You don't get
fair.
to tell me what to do.
I didn't. I'm not.
No. Yeah, get our board chair to come down.
I am not telling you what to do. I was simply making a statement. 24,000 or 24 hours.
24,000. 100%.
There we go. So you can rescue Lauren from the bench by helping her raise $24,000.
$24,000.
So where are we at right now?
I need to check. I need to double check. I need to figure that out.
When I was in charge, I stayed on top of that stuff.
We're right now a little over $500.
$500.
Yeah.
Now I'm not real bright because I do
you had
Arkansas
an Arkansas
math,
public education,
and I got my shoes on.
That's good.
Which means I can't do the math I would normally want to do. But
520.
What I can tell you is 500 is a long way from 24,000.
If I do my math right, I think I'm on this bench for a little over 12 hours. 12, 15 hours. So that means $17.50 an hour. Is that right? I didn't go to school for math, and this is really obvious. But I think it's about $1,500 $100 an hour. But I'm hoping that it'll be like a little bit of a curve.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
We got to build up.
Yep.
Build up. People need to see you suffer a little bit.
That's it.
To give.
Yeah.
I got you.
Or just,
well, maybe you
tell me
having to sit on the
shut
bench
up.
with me is enough suffering that people will
feel real sorry and say,
in.
we need to go ahead and just get this
Yep.
man to the West Coast. Like,
there we
stat.
go. Get rid of me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been one of my favorite comments. Is people are like, "We thought you were gone." It's almost like they're excited, like we want rid of you. You know?
Yeah. Like, oh gosh, you're back,
like, man.
Like, we thought that Instagram post meant
you were out.
Yeah. Like
I think that's what they wanted. But you're
yeah.
stuck with me for now.
Yeah. So the faster that we raise
$24,000, you get rid of me.
Faster.
That's it.
BT gets to say bon voyage officially.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. So if we raise $24,000, what's the $24,000 going to go to?
Operations here at the rescue mission. So when you donate directly to everything that happens day in and day out. So earlier we were talking about our programs. We were talking about our case managers. We were talking about shelter. We're talking about food ministry, our cafe. You giving today makes a direct impact on what we are able to do every single day here at the rescue mission. Again, whether that's with housing services, whether that's with food services, every single time that somebody walks in, you donating makes a impact on the way that we honor people, the way that we dignify people, and see them as the individual that they are.
Awesome. Great.
Yeah.
Who is it that you're hoping to see today that you haven't seen yet?
Officer South, I'm delighted to see him, and eventually some point, he will come up here. Let's see, I think Cynthia Schneider from the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber is making an appearance. I had the incredible opportunity to go through the Chamber's Community Leadership Program.
You know who we need to have come? I'm just seeing her comment right now.
Lisa Hyde.
Lisa Hyde.
Lisa, swing by.
Get on down here. Come on down.
Yeah, it's like
you probably don't know this. Oh, you do. You just I was about to.
You and I are both millennials, okay? Despite your significant like age, years.
Yeah,
gray
okay.
Hair.
So you know Price is Right, but who do you know?
I don't even know. We're gonna continue.
Who do you know as the host of Price is Right?
Do not listen. I'm trying to get. Stop.
Who?
I don't know. This is when. I'm just saying. Look at all y'all's gray hair.
Wow. Bob Barker is and has always been the.
Gosh, you set me up for failure. You were setting me up for failure.
Right. Drew Carey is the knockoff version of the real version, which is Bob Barker. He did just pass away.
Yes, he did.
How do you know? You don't even know who he was.
Oh my gosh! Please.
Oh my.
Gosh, I cannot wait until
I'm gone.
Till you're gone. Praise God.
Soon enough, young lad. Soon enough.
Yeah. So
there we go.
Come sit with us.
Come on down. I'll step out of the way and let you you step in and have a conversation.
Yeah. Just why don't you sit too? Yeah.
I'll come be the hype man. I can be the hype man. That's kind of my job today. I'm just the hype man.
Are you? Is that in your job description?
Yep.
Perfect.
My new job is the hype man.
All right. Love it. Cool. Well, South, thanks for joining us. You want to introduce yourself?
Well, I'm Corporal South of Winchester City Police Department. I've been working here for 20 years now.
Wow.
I've worked a variety of specialties in the department. And one thing that I've worked with you guys really closely, I was a liaison with mental health in the city, dealing with people that have pretty serious mental health issues and have frequent police encounters and things like that. Basically taking over what Lisa Hyde did and found it. And I worked with you guys really closely a lot.
Can I share one of my favorite stories that happened with you guys? I think so many times you guys get a bad rap that's not fair. We were dealing with an individual up the street a few years ago who was in serious need. I believe you were there. There were a couple other officers there. And I just remember you guys doing everything you could to help this individual because of their severe mental illness. And I remember vehicles driving by with their windows down, yelling at you guys, saying really nasty slurs when you guys were stepping in to help. And I think it's unfair sometimes the attention you guys get because of bad actors to not understand how truly caring you guys are and the work that you do to serve and protect, but not just serve and protect, but you also, the other thing that you guys do that's so powerful is you serve folks with severe mental illness on a regular basis, and you do it so very well. And I wish the rest of the community could understand what you guys are often asked to do that you didn't necessarily sign up to do.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm very disappointed you know who Bob Barker was. Very
Hey, all right. You old men can just continue. No, you say it, and now I know the name.
But you didn't know it before.
Okay. No.
You probably were going to need to Google it.
Chat GPT it.
But I can't emphasize how important you guys are enough, because without these resources, a lot of people would not get the help they need.
And we can only do what we do because you guys support us. And that is a true statement. I mean, I can't tell how many times have I called you personally and said, hey, man, we got a thing. Are you working today? Can you come down and help? And these guys have always been incredible at showing up and not showing up to get the bad guys. You guys show up and do everything in your power to help. And that has been the true, when I think about stepping away from Winchester into my new role, one of the things that does make me sad is knowing the relationship that we as a shelter here have with you guys in the Winchester Police Department is incredibly impressive. And I'm going to miss working with you. I'm going to miss working with everybody else that I've had the privilege of working with in that. Because you guys have done a phenomenal job of serving those in need in our community. So thanks for that, man.
All right, you're welcome, and I appreciate you. But I still got Lauren here.
Yep.
And worked with her many
Some would
years.
say you're stuck with her, but
some would say we're relieved to see you go, but it's okay. You're only dealing with somebody who doesn't know who Bob Barker is, but it's fine. I'll learn. You guys can teach me all the things. And yeah, South, we're really excited to. I'm excited personally to continue working with you guys, the rest of the police department, and whether it's you, if it's Morris Nixon, our men and women who are on patrol. You guys really do amazing work, and we are incredibly grateful for the work that you all do.
Yeah, and we work really together, really good as a team too. You know, like me, Officer Morris, Nixon, we're on the same level thinking wise about what we need to do, and that really helps a lot too.
Yeah. So a lot of what you guys do is truly jail diversion, right? It's not just putting people in jail. It is getting them to the place where they can get the help that they need.
And sometimes if we are using the criminal justice system like courts, because a crime had been committed, people are still responsible.
Sure.
But sometimes the courts can be another resource for people to get help. And I found that out through my job.
Yeah.
That sometimes that we're just not getting the resources we need out in the community for whatever reason. And, a crime occurs, we get the court system involved. We go to the court system, we talk to them about what the past has been with this person, he or she, and all of a sudden, all these new resources start popping up.
Yep. So, and the unfair thing is our system around. We talked about this earlier. The mental health system leaves out all systems really leave out people with severe mental illness in every single way. Yes. So the unfortunate thing is you end up having to use the criminal justice system to actually get somebody the mental health help they need. And if we were to say that about somebody with diabetes, like, could you imagine saying in order to get somebody with diabetes their insulin shot, we had to get them arrested?
Yeah.
And that's absolutely insane. But somebody with schizophrenia, somebody bipolar, we have to work through the criminal justice system to actually get them the help that they need. And that makes you guys such an even more critical resource for folks who are suffering with the debilitating issues of severe mental illness, for sure. And hopefully, in my new role, that's something that I'm going to get to advocate, and hopefully maybe someday we can see a real significant change in that.
Well, I want to thank you guys. Unfortunately, I got to go.
Sure. Oh, well,
Awesome.
thanks,
Well,
man.
thank you,
Appreciate
sir.
you stopping in. Right on.
Appreciate it. Yep. Sweet.
I think we got a couple more guests popping in here.
Hey, come on up, guys.
While that happens, I'm going to step away and take a call.
Sounds good. Enjoy. Hey, how are you? Feel free to take a seat and join us. What's up, man? Good to see you. Hey. Awesome. Well, I'm Lauren. Introduce yourself. I'm Melissa. I think so. It shows us on.
I'm Melissa. This is Norman.
Hey, Norman. Hey, Tyrone. Hey.
And I don't know.
Is it muted still? All right. There we go. All right, now it should be working.
I'm Melissa. This is Norman.
Hey, Norman.
My husband Tyrone. And I've been hearing about a lot of these resources helping people. We've gone to all these resources. There's no one helping families with children. They keep telling us to come to the mission, the WATS program, Salvation Army. Salvation Army is closed down. Rescue Mission don't accept children. WATS program don't accept children. There's nowhere in Winchester help families with children.
Yeah.
And it's kind of sad because y'all want to help these drug addicts, alcoholics, and pedophiles. But where do families with children go?
Yeah,
y'all were getting ready to start a whole new men's shelter. Where do families with children go?
Yeah.
Besides getting called on, CPS getting called on. Trying to take your kid away from you.
Yeah.
That's not what us families with children need. We need help.
Yeah.
We have a housing voucher. And nobody's willing to rent to us because we don't make enough.
Yeah. I certainly I empathize with you. I do agree. I think that there are not enough resources in the area to help families with children. There have been a handful of times where we have had somebody come in and they do have kids, and I wish that there were more resources in the area. Salvation Army has previously had family shelter, and unfortunately I think there have been a handful of things that they're not currently able to do that, but they are looking into that. And I know that there are other organizations who are looking into that, but unfortunately, there are no direct shelters here in the area for that.
We even went to the police department and they tried to remove my child from us.
Yeah.
And instead of trying to help us, they try to remove our son. And that you try to remove our son, that's going to make the parents act really stupid.
Yeah.
And we walked into the women's shelter downtown, and we got we had to remove ourselves because we had a child with us.
Yeah.
And all these drugs, alcoholics, and pedophiles down getting warm for what? To come out and get a child. Oh, I'm warm. You can come to me.
Yeah.
That's wrong. That's really wrong.
Yeah. I think
all these organizations and resources, go here, go here, go here, go here. Well, we've gone to all these organizations and resources. When is there going to be a resource and an organization to help with families with children? Because that's my biggest concern. We have less than a month to find a house or a stable place or our housing voucher runs out.
Yeah.
And no one in Winchester, absolutely no one. My son, the rescue mission itself refused to feed my son because Vance Richard pulled a knife out on my husband. So my husband comes outside. Instead of doing it inside the building, like the old husband would have done, he took it outside. But y'all refused to even feed my son that night.
I gotcha. So
the rescue mission itself refused to feed my son.
Yeah. So I think every decision that we make takes into consideration the safety of everybody in our facility and the well-being of everybody in our facility. And right now our organization is at a point where with the facility that we have, with the staffing and the funding that we have right now, we are only able to provide resources. Like we have a limit of how many resources and how many people that we can provide resources for. And you mentioned a new facility down on Valley Avenue, and we will expand. And currently, family shelter is not something that in the immediate future that we're able to address, but it is something that um, is in our on the horizon, that we are considering it, that we do know that it is a need in this community. And I know that there are a handful of organizations that can provide assistance for families and for children with youth. But I definitely understand, and I'm with you, that right now there are very limited resources for family shelter. And
Okay,
I
well,
empathize with you.
You said that there's resources
Okay.
resources that will help families with children.
Yeah.
Can I get these resources? Because we need help.
Yeah, I'm happy to actually walk you. Yeah, I'm happy to walk you into the rescue mission and get you some resources. Okay.
Okay.
Awesome, guys. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll hop right back on. Okay.